Hello everyone, welcome. Welcome. Today we're gonna have a good stream, I hope. Do you like Confluence panels sometimes? I enjoy Confluence panels sometimes, just not today. Yeah, today was not a good day. I don't know if I was trying to get him to give me the actual idea, because one is the personhood of God and the other one is the personal God, and to me those are completely different ideas. One is a person believing in their own personal God, and the other one is God acting as a person. And every time I hear about philosophy, I hear about justifications for God as not as a being, but as a cause. So that's what I usually. I don't know, I think he was already... Oh man, you killed it. I still remember that day when I asked my mods to ban everybody in chat. Do you remember that? That pissed off his whatever his name is so much that he had to crash next time he saw me. That made Steelman crash so hard that next time he was in my channel, it was the last time he was on my channel. And I still think it was just funny though. Like, I can't believe he got that ass fat mad for it. To the point that he had to prove a point. He had to teach me a lesson, you know? He just had to. Because I was becoming too much of a tyrant or something. Guy's retarded. Damn it. You grifter, Emmett, you. Hey, let's get rid of this. Yeah, let's get rid of that. Go here. At least that way you will be able to hear me, well, see me a little bit. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and get one again. I'm gonna remove that one. Oh. Yay. You can see me now. Yeah, I'm not in the mood to be dealing with stupid people today. I'll demonstrate how you are wrong with mushrooms. Well, you don't get it, Emmett. It's just like you have if you take the mushroom. No, I feel like every time I go into Confluence panel, it's just he just takes it at me trying to tell him he's wrong. And every time I go into and I am in a sense going there because I know it's going to be confrontational, and we can have it. But he never really goes into my points and tries to understand them. He always finds a way to misunderstand whatever the fuck I'm saying. It doesn't even matter what is it the thing that I'm saying 99% of the time. He just finds a way to misunderstand it. Yeah, that mental block on being a douche for them. Hey, Mark, those. Hey, fuck it. Hey, World Radio. And hello, Jared, once again. When the influence came into your forced karaoke stream, I was ready to take up arms. He's fun when he's not over there pretending to have a thing against me, right? Like, every time I have a conversation with him that is not about him trying to shotgun points or finding the thing about making me how I'm wrong. The thing that really pisses me off is not even that, is that I told him several times that feelings is a very bad way to argue any point. And like, I'm trying really hard to explain something very simple, and he always finds way to make it way more complicated than it has to be, in the worst possible way. finally fixed something on my Space Marines that was pissing me off. You guys were in conference panel watching Andrew beat down Brian. No, I wasn't. I watched the whole debate. They're already finishing it up, and I opened conference panel for a moment, and they were debating whether or not the God of the Bible is the same as the God of philosophy, and I said that it was. Well, Confluence said that it wasn't, and I didn't understand what was his idea or his argument for it not being the same. But pretty much the argument was the argument for it was that when he reads philosophers, he looks at the philosophers being they don't refer at the God of the Bible the same way that they refer to the philosophers, right? They have different ways of referring to God in a sense, which I agree with, by the way. I think that makes sense. But what doesn't make sense is or what wouldn't make sense is the idea of person. So philosophers usually don't grant God its person. Like they don't grant the idea of personhood to God. If you read to most philosophers or to philosophers in general, what they say of God is he is the force. They prefer to God as a cause. He is the first cause, you know, but they don't refer to God as a person, which makes if you don't if you are like a naturalist, makes sense that you don't believe in him as a person. Why would he be a person? Right? But so I said that in chat, and they were like, "Come up and explain." And I was like, "Okay, I'll come out for a second, and I'll try to explain the idea of God as a person." So if he is a person, you have to understand him as as having a will. So he will do things in accordance to his will and not only as a cause. Right? If you look at a JS, for example, JS sees God as a cause because he's a Calvinist. So all that is God is the cause of the thing. But we don't see God as a cause. We see God as a person. In fact, we see him as three persons. So we see God as God, we see God as the Holy Ghost, and we see God as Jesus Christ. It has a will, and even though they are sharing the will, they all have a different they are three different persons sharing a will and being one being, right? But they still have a personhood. So, and I don't think that's something that, for one, it's not something that's going to be easy to explain. And every single time I go into his panel, I'm just getting more and more like secure on my idea that it's not a good idea to go over there and talk about anything that has to do with religion. I was way more happy, even if people don't agree with me, it's fine. But I was way more like happy talking about this in uh like in what's his name? Uh I was happier debating this with Orthodox Guy than I was with Confluence today. With Orthodox Guy, it was harder because they don't like they will go ahead and tell you you're full of shit. But at least he will be on my side. Like he will go ahead and be like, well, let me go ahead and let him explain, right? He will not just tell me I'm wrong every single time or all of the time. And what happens with Confluence is it does. It does. Now, I am coping. Let's stop coping. Um let's stop coping and let's talk about the today's person I want to actually talk about. And that is Brian Shapiro. Brian Shapiro is probably one of the worst people I've seen in my life. Pretty annoying. Some of the worst. Let me see if I can. Oh, I remember. So we're gonna start with Rob. Rob made a show today that it was the Brian Shapiro is awful show. So let's go ahead and see the destruction caused by Rob Noor. Oh, that's not the one I wanted, but fine.
So, I don't know. I just find it funny, these like titles. Like, I'm supposed to be impressed. I'm sure you all could do it too. You all could come up with things, you know. Uh, to me, it's like, I don't know. It reeks of like, you know, a self grandiose, oh, a radio host. I'm a radio host. I guess I could run around and tell everyone that I was a radio host as well. Like, it's a big deal. Anyways, that's just the beginning of the story. I'd never heard of Brian Shapiro, if I'm honest.
So one of the cool things that he started saying is Brian Shapiro is a co-host, and he started talking about his credentials because, as we all know, the first thing Brian Shapiro will always talk about is his fucking credentials. And this is nothing new. This is not me saying it. This is, I mean, if you ever heard anything from Brian Shapiro, the first thing you'll hear from him is how he is a radio host, how he how everybody in the right and on the left loves him. How is it that he has um everybody loves him, everybody's talked to him, he's in every show, he has every guest. One of the things that I didn't think he was gonna do, but he actually did, he apologized to Rachel. And I couldn't believe my lying ears. I was impressed. I was actually impressed by my lying ears that he apologized. Okay. It's finally not moving. Awesome. He did because Andrew was in Joe Rogan. I don't think he did it because Andrew was in Joe Rogan, but I don't know if he did it because of that or not. Good to see you, Elder, by the way. Jay is also a polytheist. He thinks the Father is the cause and the Son is creator. Uh, I mean, we see the Father as the cause of all things, but he's also the creator, right? Of all things. And there's a still person of God in the idea. Like, they're different persons. Even if we say it like that, is like one being, different persons. My biggest problem with it is like the partake of the energies. That's a little bit higher. Like, I don't understand it 100%.
4 months ago, I had no idea who he was, and I like to review debates on this channel, and it's something I need to start doing more of, which I will start doing more of. Now, a lot of the best debates to review are ones that I find interesting on topics I find interesting, and I'm a little nepotistic. I like to review debates of people that I know and like. So I review Andrew Wilson debates a lot. I've reviewed debates of people like Destiny a lot because they're bigger. Let's be honest. When it comes to sort of the debate sphere online, these are two of the biggest people. So it's usually worth reviewing. And I think the audience is more interested in sort of hearing debates from people they know of, etc. And let's be honest, it helps drive engagement. People are more likely to tune into a stream that says reviewing Destiny debate versus reviewing two people you've never heard of debate. So, and I do like reviewing debates. So,
It says he literally believes everything that is in the Trinity. He just doesn't like the word Trinity. Well, that is it's a problem, but but it's a different kind of problem. The problem there is or I would say the problem there is your will. You're the one deciding what the word is that you're supposed to be using to describe God. Now I might be wrong, but that's how I would look at it, right? You are being pedantic. It's like, use my words or else. That's how I would say it. Which is it's dumb. Now I don't know if it's dumb or not, but that would be see it that way. Which is one of the big problems we have with people lately when it comes to theology in general. It's like, oh, I like all of this, but I don't like this word. Or they use like word concept ideas, like literal word concept fallacies, and they will go ahead and this is why I'm so into definitions lately. Lately, I've been like a lot into definitions. We're probably gonna go ahead also and just start watching. Not a debate. I have a debate tomorrow, which I totally forgot, and haven't done my full opening statement. So I'm probably nor done all of my research. Brian, the thing that really well, he believes and applies it differently to the Father, Son, Spirit, all gods, just isn't the same God. Oh well, he's been in Utah for too long. Somebody please get JS out of Utah. He's just been in Utah for too long. That is a Mormon belief, by the way. The question is, will he stick to keeping it that way? I don't think he will. I think the apology towards Rachel, while she's all just the words out of his mouth, he clearly would say the collectivity statements and he expanded on and he has not like the dude. The best thing was the apology. I didn't expect that. I'm glad he did. Okay. But apology is not I'm sorry and I'm gonna do the same thing. Like sometimes it is in a sense, but most of the time is I'm sorry and I'm not gonna do it again. I'm not gonna do this thing again. Hey Kokomo.
And I've done Piers Morgan and all sorts of things of that nature. So I enjoy reviewing debates. So
He enjoys reviewing debates, but he can't. I love Rob, but a Rob Nor review of a debate is a 20-hour struggle for a 2-hour debate. He goes hard. He goes hard.
Andrew was debating this guy, Brian Shapiro, who I didn't know of. I knew nothing about it. I did not watch the debate live, if I recall. And I knew that Jake Rattlesnake hosted a debate. I talked to Jake earlier in the day. I don't remember if I was doing the extravaganza with him or not. But he was like, yeah, I'm moderating a debate tonight. Cool. So I thought to myself, oh, I'll check that debate out later. Maybe I'll review it. And that's what I decided to do. So a day or two after the debate, I decided to review it. And it had to do with sort of the concept of, can you ethically vote for Donald Trump? Can you ethically support Donald Trump? And this is a big mistake. Like, I'm a damn good debater, I think. But when it comes to like conversations around ethics, I'm smart enough to know that that's a tough debate to have with Andrew. Like, Andrew's debating on that level, on like a philosophical level. I'm not really doing.
By the way, I wanted to do a. I don't know if it's gonna survive. That's the only problem. But there is this. It's called How the West Was Won. And they have a song called Whole Lot of Love. And it's a 22-minute song. I'm not gonna play it because I can't. Well, I'm gonna play a little bit. But there's like this big guitar solo. And I want to add the 18 minutes of Brian Shapiro during the whole of the solo. And just like and instead of saying a whole lot of love, it was a whole lot of cope. So that's what I was gonna do. Just like get this part, say what a whole lot of cope, and then when the guitar solo starts, just put the Brian Shapiro meltdown all together, all the way to the point that they start like just all the way to the end. And it's like 20. It's like the song's like 20 minutes. And the solo is like probably 18 minutes of it is the solo. Yeah, so it's like 1 minute, and then over here it starts again. So that was like my idea. My idea was to do that with his shit. You guys know how I know the apology was disingenuous every time Shappy is on the show. Well, I think he should apologize to Rob. Oh, the debate is gone. Okay, the debate is over. Thank God it was over.
Doing that so much. So that's his wheelhouse, you know? So it's like, okay, now that doesn't mean Andrew's going to win the debate automatically. I'm not saying that. But I'm like, oh, that's interesting. A person wants to debate like sort of in Andrew's wheelhouse. And I was aware, if I remember, before the debate, that I saw some sort of scuttlebutt on X that Brian was complaining that the topic wasn't what he had thought.
Later, Brian tonight that Alex Petty had no gun, then corrected. He tried to rephrase the argument to Alex wasn't involved, then corrected again, then didn't pull his gun. He was like, he didn't brandish it. He didn't brandish it. And we know he didn't brandish it. That's not the point, and that's not the problem. The problem is, it's different. The problem is the guy was armed and fighting the police and doing all this crap. And it's like, it's a, and. I missed the first 90 minutes. Yeah, first 90 minutes. You didn't miss much, let's be honest. The debate was good. This was a great debate. It just wasn't the greatest debate. I don't think it was the greatest debate. But I think it was a good debate.
And so I decided that I would review the debate. I was like, okay, sounds like there's some interest here. And it was a beatdown. It was an epic beatdown.
Yes, it's not even that. Like, a lot of people want to say like, oh, this is comparable to Reading House. Reading House wasn't there to fight the police. Okay. Any person who has a carry-on weapon and is there to fight the police, first off, that person should lose the capacity to carry weapons. So yeah, for what I saw, at least was a lot more civil and actually had some good conversation. It was better. It was a lot better. It was a lot better than with even Rob, and I like Rob, but it was better than with Rob.
Objectively, an epic beatdown. Even if you like Brian Shapiro, you would have to say like, wow, he has no idea what he's talking about. And the problem with it was he had no grounding for his ethical framework.
None.
Right? So if you're going to say, can you ethically support someone, you have to be able to define like what your ethics are. Like, for example, if I say you can't ethically support Kamala Harris, your first question would be like, well, what's your ethics? Without that, what do I mean?
Yes, you can actually do that, except the only exception I would be is if you do it beforehand. So I have a debate coming, and one of the things I don't want to debate in that debate specifically is ethics. So I'm not gonna go into the ethical framework. I am saying that we can go with consequential or harm or presuppose it under the NAP, right? So those are the things. Good to see you, Navy Baby Bree. Like if you have NAP, you have harm or you have consequentialism. I will accept any of those. I don't care. I don't care about morality in that debate. One of the things I don't care about morality in that debate, and I shouldn't probably say it, but it's because it's not relevant to the topic. It is absolutely not relevant to the topic at all. So I'm just like not caring. I don't care about the debate when it comes to any of those ideas. Holy vey, K2, how you doing?
Mean when I say you can't ethically support her? And Brian had no clue. Like, he's like, the best argument that Brian had, which is incredibly weak, is like, well, fine, we'll just use your ethical framework, Andrew. Okay. As an Orthodox Christian, here's my ethical framework. Here's why I could support Trump. And the easy argument that Andrew went for was abortion. It's in his framework.
Yeah. So if you are doing something like that, it, remember, it's not, you're not trying, when you do morality debates, you're not trying to go through the idea of the good is the good and the bad is the bad, right? That's not the point. Is to justify action. This is why we go through to ideas like abortion. We go to ideas like uh, a murder, like even the selling of things that you would consider to be bad. All of it is basically what you wanna get, or the point that you wanna find at the end of the day is what of the actions are justified and which ones are not justified. Good night, everyone. I watched the replay. I'll try to make it good. Okay, I'm not gonna say that I'm gonna be the greatest. I'm a little bit under the weather, but I'm fine. Yesterday, at the end of the karaoke stream, I was actually tired, and my throat was like, I was spiking a little bit in my notes. So I don't know what's going on. I realized that I'm doing the thing a lot lately. I think it's because of karaoke, since I've been doing it every week. Like, I think I'm getting actual. I think I'm actually getting straining my voice a little bit. But it's fine. It doesn't really matter much.
It is murder of children, and that supersedes any bad things that Trump's allegedly done. That's why I can support him, because he put Supreme Court justices that try to simple. And Brian had very little to say, and so that was it. And it was just basically the whole debate was Brian complaining about the topic of the debate. And then afterwards, what had happened was he claimed that the moderator like screwed it up, that Jake screwed it up. But if you went, Jake released screenshots that showed that was the agreed upon topic. Brian tried to later claim that they talked after the text exchange and agreed to change the topic or something. Nonetheless, I'm reviewing the debate, and I'm trying to be objective, but I think Brian's doing poorly. And lo and behold, there's Brian Shapiro in my chat. Now, I've never interacted with this guy, ever. In fairness, I believe his name was in the title of the video, though, so perhaps if he was searching his own name, or someone reached out to him and said, hey, this guy Rob Norris talking about your debate, no problem. So he's in the chat and was like, I will come out and talk about this, which is kind of unusual, but fine. So I was like, okay, fine, great. So we bring Brian Shapiro up, and it was a pleasant conversation. With me, at least. He was bitching about Andrew. He said that Andrew made it personal. Now, in fairness, I didn't make it to the end of the debate, so I didn't really see that. Like, we only made it like an hour in, and it was like a 2-hour debate. And, and then he was saying that the topic was all screwed up. And he's just making excuses. He didn't really say, hey, here's why I did good in the debate, or here's where you're wrong. He was just like, the topic was stupid, and that's not what I wanted to talk about. That's not what I agreed about. And Andrew made it personal. And then Andrew Wilson calls in. And I said, Brian, Andrew's in the chat. Do you mind talking to him? No. And they came in, and it was, I think anyone who saw it would admit that it was pretty chill. No one was really screaming at each other. And, Andrew was like, look, the reason that I got personal is because you started to get personal. And Brian's like, I just wanted to do a debate on, Trump's policies or whatever. I didn't want to talk about ethics. And Andrew's like, fine, we can set that up. And Brian says, I don't want a moderator. And Andrew says, yeah, but when people say that, that's because they want to spurg out and mute. That's what you're going to do. And Brian says, which is laughable when we get later in the story, he says, people call into my show all the time, and I never mute them. That's what he said. I never mute them. So I sit there and listen. I'm like, okay. Now, keep in mind, I barely know.
So this is actually true that he said that. And then I think it's way more likely that we're going to see a Brian Shapiro and not Andrew. What's his name? I think it's way more likely that we're gonna see Brian Shapiro talk to Andrew than to Rob, because Rob has a lot more to complain about Brian. Brian was the complete piece of shit with him. like actually objectively. Um, right, and he wasn't necessarily with or he hasn't been necessarily with Andrew. But that's also because Andrew is a lot bigger. Like Andrew is a lot bigger. He has a lot more following. He has a lot more to lose with Andrew than with Rob. So I think they're gonna see it. We're gonna see again more Brian Shapiro and Andrew interactions, but I don't think we're gonna see more of Rob nor Brian interactions. The only reason why I think he keeps on going back to Rob is because he sees the videos. And I'm gonna be honest, I think he's a little bit of a spurg. Which is true. He is a little bit of a spurg. I also wanna go and I'm gonna talk about Sarah a little bit. And I have a couple of reasons why I want to talk about her, but it's nothing super interesting or special. It's just gonna be me talking about her. Brian did about more personal attacks than normal. Well, let's remember that he just went to with Rogan, right? So yeah, like not long ago, he just went to Rogan. So I don't think it's in the best interest of this guy to piss off the person who just went on Rogan's show. And I'm pretty sure he sees that the same way. It's not because he doesn't want to talk shit. It's more because he doesn't think it's a good idea to talk some shit about the guy that was just at Rogan's. And let's be honest, I agree. I think it makes sense. Why wouldn't that make sense?
You know who Brian Shapiro is? He starts to mention Amfest, which I thought he was part of Amfest. It turns out he was with the Unfuck America people that like troll Amfest and they travel around. But Andrew was considering going down and debating Destiny and Adam Mockler with EmmetGames. It was an offer that was on the table. It never came through. Now, I like Andrew. And I would have been happy to go to Amfest. And so Brian mentioned he was looking for an opponent. And I said, I would debate you. And I won't do anything about ethics. We could talk strictly policy. Fine by me. At this point, Brian had been nothing but courteous to me. No problem. He says, well, they want me to debate someone with like sort of a resume. Can you just, after this, send me? I said, sure. So I sent him an email as soon as the stream was over and was like, hey, you know, I don't even know. Let me check something. Let's see if I could pull this up. What is Brian's YouTube name? Because I could find the quote. It's quite interesting. See if I could find this. Pushing the Limits. That's it. PTL radio show. So I did. I sent him an email.
This is actually interesting, and the reason why this is why he was talking about people about credentials and stuff like that at the beginning of the show, because and I think this is something that I don't like. I wouldn't do it, right? When I say I'm a YouTuber, I don't go around. I'm like, oh, I'm the best YouTube channel ever. Although it's not a bad idea when it comes to selling yourself as a YouTuber, to go and be like, hey, I'm a great YouTuber. I have so many subscribers. I'm the fastest growing conservative podcast in like stuff like that. They did it, and they keep on. They've done it for a long time, right? William has a bug up in his butt about JS, doesn't he? Very. I don't know, but I don't. That yeah, I don't know. The rerun. I don't think I will watch reruns from VK. I barely enjoy going to VK, and it has nothing to do with me.
Is there a way to search comments? Well, I'm not going to find it. No big deal. Anyways, you just take my word for it. So I had sent him an email, and it was just like, hey, I'm the guy that just talked to you tonight. I used to have a radio show. I was a nationally ranked debater. I've debated big people like Destiny. He'd let you know that I was a good debater. I have X number of people that watch. You know, you should. I would love to debate you. That's that. And then about a week or two later, he I don't know if he emailed me or I think he DM'd me on X and was like, hey man, do you want to come on my radio show tomorrow and talk? And I was like, well, are we still doing the Amfest thing? Is that happening? Because the answer is no. If we're going to debate like a month from now in person, I don't really want to come on your radio show and debate you. It's like a boxing match, right? You save the main event, right? So you don't keep fighting little matches the way. And he's like, oh, didn't you get my email? I said, no. He says, here's my number. Just call me. It'll be easier. Now, this was a huge fucking mistake on my part. I should have never called him, because you realize the problem with calling him was now he has my phone number. But I was like, sure. So I called him up and he's like, yeah, it fell through because Alex Stein's going to debate me and he's bigger, which is true. Alex Stein has more followers than me. There's no problem with that. Cool. All right. Sounds good. He said, but I was wondering, you want to just call in tomorrow? We can have a debate. And he's like, I don't want to debate anything about ethics. I want to debate Trump's policies. Like at that point, the big news story was the Venezuelan boat strikes. I said, sure, yeah, no problem. So that was that. And I agreed to call him the next day. I said, it's your show. Whatever you want to talk about, I'm calling into your show. So before I went on, I told my audience, I was like, look, it's his show. I'm going to try to leave him control the direction of it, whatever he wants. So be it. So I go on his show, and remember, the lead up to all of this was him being upset that he didn't want to talk about ethics. He wanted to talk about Trump's policies. Okay, which is right in my wheelhouse. I'm not really one to talk about ethics that much. I said, sure. Very first question he asked me is, how could you support Donald Trump after January 6th? Now, I may not be much of an ethics debater, but that is an ethical question, as even I was able, with my meager intelligence, to pick up on.
It is an ethical question.
Because the guy's entire argument was, I don't want to talk about these ethical things anymore.
So this all goes into the idea of today's debate, and today's debate was I want to start with Rob, because one of the cool things about today's debate is it's the cope. You may be thinking, what do you mean about the cope? The debate just happened. There was no cope. Oh, but there will be. Oh, but there will be. The rivers of cope will flow. I can assure you all that the rivers of cope will flow. And one of the copes is going to be the same thing that's going on right now. Brian is probably going to complain about the same thing again. I don't see a way. I don't see any way that doesn't happen. I'm sure that it will happen. So it's interesting that we're gonna see it happen. Where were we?
Anymore,
This is way too much.
which I was fine with. And so when he asked this question, he even said, I ask everyone this. Okay? So that's him admitting, this is my go-to. This ethical question, how ethically could you support Trump after January 6th or insert any other thing he doesn't like? Okay? So we got into the debate, and all through the debate, he's making personal insults, calling me stupid, this, that, and the other. And he's not doing a good job in the debate. Now, this is my opinion. You can go back and watch the debate yourself. I don't think he's doing a good job. And what I noticed, and I'd only ever seen his debate with Andrew, the 1 hour, and then my interaction with him. That's all I knew of him. And what I noticed with him was he just has like surface talking points, and then he can't dive into anything. So he'll be
Which
like,
is
oh, Hunter
true.
Biden. I'm like, well, let's talk about it. Let's get into the case. And then he would be like, oh, you know, all you stupid maggots say that. And anyways, and then move on to something different. And I'd be like, whoa, wait a minute. I wanted to focus on that thing you just said. Let's hunker down on that. And that was constantly what he would do. And so eventually towards the end of the hour, I said something to the effect of, Brian, I notice you're not very good at getting in depth on these specific topics. You're more of like talking about the breadth of them. And he then responds back with, I heard you're not very good at eating salads. Now, this is the first real criticism I have here of Brian. Like, I don't mind the fat joke, but yeah, fat guys could eat salads a lot. It's just they also eat other shit. So I could eat the shit out of a taco salad, for example. And to be quite honest, I really do enjoy tossed salads and Caesar salads. Someone's going to clip that I said I like tossed salads. Womp womp. But yeah, it's like, Brian, that's not a good fat joke, you know? You should be like, hey, Rob, just because you're eating a salad doesn't mean that you could throw fucking 10 pounds of meat and shit on them, you know? Trump does like taco salads, yeah. So, anyways, that was it, the debate. And he muted me. He muted me at the end to just insult me. And to be fair, once he started insulting me, I did bring up the fact that there's an accusation about this woman who claims that basically Brian exploited her. It's not that important. I don't know that I believe the allegations of this woman. I just think that it's funny if people want to make personal insults and bring up personal shit about like Andrew's family. And he had also then said to me about how I must be a cuck, that my wife probably doesn't sleep with me, and all of this shit. And that's the last official interaction setup I had with Brian Shapiro. Post that interaction, the dude constantly is in my chat. Constantly. Mm-hmm. He's just in my chat. At first he was pissed off because, as I mentioned, my editor... See, here's the whole point. Like, just so you all know, like, a little inside baseball here. This isn't genius shit, right? I do these shows that are live streams that are usually at least 2 hours long. That's not necessarily the most accessible thing to everyone, right? Not a lot of people are going to be like, yeah, here's this fat guy. You know, he's rambling about something. Let's tune in and see what's up. But if you have like a 5 to 10 minute video, that could catch people's attention. So you're trying to reach as broad of an audience as possible. So if I do a 2 hour debate, my editor may break that up into 3 10-minute segments. Here's Rob and Andrew debating on Venezuela. And then the next part might be like,
That is true. And one of the reasons why you do that is because you want to have more content and you want to have content throughout the day. And like 20-minute videos do very well. 1 hour videos do okay. 2 hour videos don't do well. They don't. So you just want to break it down in about 20 to 30 minutes. Those are like the best segments. I'm always annoyed about doing this kind of shit. I don't like reliving videos for some reason.
Here's Rob and Andrew's discussion on Orthodox Christianity. And the final part might be like, here's Rob and Andrew's discussion on who's likely to win the midterms. You see, we break it into 3 separate parts. Now, that's not, I'm obsessed with Andrew. It's basically how it goes with most of the debates. And then you leave the debate up, or if you took it down for whatever reason, you put the full debate up. That's it. Simple. And so Brian got real pissed off about that, apparently, because that meant I was obsessed with him. Now, I stand by everything my editor does. I think he's fucking amazing. But I truly have no idea what he's clipping. I just imminently trust him. And so the idea that it's like, I don't know if he thought that I was like contacting my editor, like, clip the shit out of Brian Shapiro clips. Now, of course, my editor was clipping those because those clips made me look very good. Because Brian sucks. And he's an easy debate opponent to handle, in my estimation. So yes, when I was debating it, and my audience likes clips of me debating, so that's what happened. And by the way, this happens all the time. I debate left-wingers. They clip it up. Well, who gives a shit? That's the game. So he's big mad, and he's in the chat, and then he'd be like, bring me up, bring me up. And I don't know how many times it's happened now. 4 or 5 times he's been in my chat, wanted to come on. And every time it's the same pattern. He just sort of spurgs out. He just jumps from issue to issue. I try to hyper-focus on something. I prove he's wrong. For example, the one time, he was going after Nick Shirley for his video with the Quality Leering Center there. By the way, a bunch of U-Hauls showed up to the Quality Leering Center today. I wonder what's going on with that. Anyways, I knew damn well what he put when that came out. He said that the reason that no one was there, that place was permanently closed. That was a narrative that came out. Immediately after, the left came out after Nick Shirley's video and was like, the reason there were no kids there, it's been permanently closed for months. Well, that would be a good reason for kids to not be there. But then, unfortunately, remember, like a day later, the dude comes out who's like a part owner, and he starts explaining, oh, no, we're only open in the evenings. Whoopsie daisy. The whole Democratic narrative of, oh, Nick Shirley's full of shit, this place has permanently been closed. Now, I saw Brian Shapiro on X post that, and I was like, that's interesting. So then he wants to call in and talk about it. And I give him a rope. I'm like, oh, what were you saying? I never said it was permanently closed. I was like, sure you did, here. And I show the clip, or the post, and he's like, oh, take me to X jail. Oh, that's Brian in a nutshell. So, always then he does that, and then he'll end up making insults. And so then once he starts making insults, he'll call me fucking stupid, your audience is fucking stupid, you're a grifter, your wife won't sleep with you, blah, blah, blah. Then I'll just calmly be like, yeah, I was wondering if you want to talk about the allegations of this woman that accused you of, oh, fuck you. He can talk about my wife. He can talk, right? I don't give a shit. At the end of the day, it's all just a fucking, like, har. I don't give a fuck. Right? You call me fat. Say that my wife doesn't like me. I don't give a shit. I don't really care, what this guy thinks. But, yeah, that's, in a nutshell, what happened. And then he'll always do a big monologue at the end and then, like, basically rage quit. He just pops out. Also, hilariously, he always quits but forgets to, like, sign out. So he just, like, ends his audio. So, but neither here nor there. So yeah, that's sort of what's going on. In the context of all this happening, right? I'm just like, okay, I haven't watched any of that guy's content. His central criticism of me is that I'm a nobody. That's the criticism. He's big time and I'm a nobody. And so he'll constantly call my show to tell me that, and he'll send me messages to tell me that. That's it. Brian Shapiro's up now. Brian has more subscribers than me. I don't know, nor have I looked into the nature of his radio show. Perhaps he has 100,000 people watching. I don't know. I know this, oftentimes the numbers that people say are full of shit, right? Like, for example, a lot of, like, if I look at X right now, I have 92 people watching on X. Not really. That's 92 people that watched at one point, but that number never goes down on my metrics. So if someone scrolls by and watches for 3 seconds and then scrolls, that counts as a viewer. So by the end of tonight, I might have 400 people watching on X. But that on YouTube, I have 771. That's actual, real, honest to goodness.
This is way too much aspergs for 18 minutes. Yeah, he tends to asperg a lot. I'm not go over just because I don't think this is that important. This is a video that I think is very illustrative of what's going on.
Clip, you can find it right here, and I suggest go give it a thumbs up if you like. Shout out to my editor, Black Elk.
Black Elk is doing a great job, by the way. He is just doing an amazing job. Just like existing is he's doing a great job by existing almost.
I'm gonna just let the clip play with no commentary of my own. Now I will warn you that the clip is sped up at some points because we were trying to get a video in under like 20 minutes. And if some of you saw this live or whatever, it'll be a bit of a repeat. But I think it's one of the funniest clips I've ever seen, and I'll just let you know, I came to the realization that this guy just wanted to filibuster and not talk about the issue at hand and just do the personal insult game, etc. So I said to myself, okay, I'm just going to let him. And so that's how this came about. So thank you to the Great Black Elk. The link, again, right here. And enjoy. I'm trying to give an answer to his point.
Please cut this up and try to make as much money as you can with your 22,000 YouTube subscribers.
So here's what happens, right?
Please make your point, Rob. Rob, make your point.
You keep interrupting. Stop making the point, and I will.
Please make your point, Rob. Make your point.
You can be quiet?
Please donate to Rob. Make your point, Rob. Make your point.
You can be quiet?
Please make your point, Rob. Make your point. Maybe you'll get 300 listeners today. Make your point, Rob. In the attic of your second floor of your home. Make your point. Please donate to Rob Knorr. Please donate. Rob, I care about you, buddy. I want you to make it in this world. Eventually, people will invite you on their shows. Rob, please, I want you, seriously, I care about you, Rob. I want you to take care of yourself. And I'm hoping that you continue to succeed in begging people for money on YouTube. You'll make it, Rob. Don't worry. You will. Eventually, you'll make it, and you'll get to maybe 300 or 400 live viewers, and maybe someday you'll be invited to national TV shows like me, and you won't have to beg people for money every day. Rob, I think eventually you'll get there, pal. I do. You have amazing talent. I've heard you show. Like you shit. I've heard a guy who live streams. You have no guest on your show. You have no talent on your show. And you think you're talent. You really are. And that's the reason why nobody likes you on shows. And that's why listeners just have a talent. You come on your show. You sound like one hour. Take a shit. And you don't know how real conversations. And that's all. We all know you're Andrew Wilson's lab dog. We know that, okay? You're Andrew Wilson's lap dog, another utter piece of shit, by the way. So listen, YouTube up on that day, Rob, okay, I hope you get more money, you get more, you get 20 subs. The reason why I don't have free listeners, you understand what and you do the same thing day out. The reason why I know it's serious is nobody else more. You guys are countless money more. That's about. So now we keep talking about YouTube. If you drop this and 3 or 4 or 5 YouTube videos, they got me. So you get 100 bucks. I wish you the best, Rob. Actually, seriously, I don't wish you any ill will. I really don't. Maybe I'll see you at Word War because I'm sure you're on their list as well, and I'm sure they'll be paying you boatloads of money. But I wish you the best, Rob. You continue to talk about the show. I have more guests in 1 week. Actual big name guests on the right.
This is incredible, by the way. The 18 minutes is perfect. I will never know how they do it, but they do it. They do it. Done. Okay, debate's over. Oh, whoa. That was weird. I'm getting blasted.
Than you will have in your entire lifetime. So you talk about me. I you should give me a cut of all your YouTube super chats that you get, Rob. But in reality, Rob, you're just not a very good debater. You're not very intelligent. And if you were, you would actually have a more successful career. But you live off of YouTube super chats. You really live for that. Nobody else is paying you. You don't have real substantial advertisers. But all you do is you go on the floor of home, you'll mandate advertising, like making people money on YouTube. That's what you do. So you cut the stuff, you put on YouTube, which you know what you do, and you make it your life. And I make a lot of money. I really do. The fact of the matter is, you don't have a real special base. If you did, what you put out, you really and your resume, I have your email. Because I sent it to people in America. And you send me your resume.
This is one of the coolest things I've ever seen in the internet, though.
Destiny said you're a good
Imagine triggering someone to the point that they are so
That's why I
triggered
debated Alex Stein, and I didn't debate you because we all laughed at you.
that they do that.
The last time I did your show, you started with the personal insults. The time before that, you did personal insults. Because Andrew Wilson is a coward, and I know there are people that are listening to your show right now. Andrew Wilson, 2 weeks ago, I have the answer. I have the answer. And Andrew, you both are cocks and cowards. So Andrew refused to debate you, and then I said, hey, why don't you debate my situation? And then a week later, let's debate how you Trump fascist, by the way, and so forth. So he's cowards like you, that's wonderful. And I feel bad for you, Rob. That's why you're a because you made one, and Chris, you have done better whole things you. When I call your show, when I debate somebody, and that's why I call the show. The first thing today, the first thing is me, I don't mind if somebody calls me bald. I don't mind if somebody calls me but I don't call you a child molester.
This goes and goes and goes and goes and goes and goes and goes.
In fact, you can call into my show anytime, Rob. They don't ask me to take my hat off. I think you have very low self-esteem, Rob. Call me bald. Call me a libtard, even though I'm not a liberal. I mean, I have a lot of people that listen to my show every day. I know when I wake up and I look at myself in the morning, I'm happy with what I see. I have more people that disagree with me on my show than people that agree with me. And there's a reason for that. People respect that.
And make fun of
I've had
it.
in the last year Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Caroline Levette, just to name a few. Why is that? Why would they do my show? I'll give you a hint. It's got something to do with respect.
Man, this is a legendary Tartar wrangling.
And I really hope you clip this on YouTube, Rob. I really do. Okay, people send you money, YouTube super chat. Your voice sounds like shit. So you have a good voice. And how do you really get into it? Besides right-wing propaganda and defending Donald Trump left and right, and making gross about so I want to help you, Rob. I'll try to get because I didn't know who you were 2 months ago, and quite frankly, nobody in my orbit knows who the hell you are. Maybe this would be the last time I call on your show. And I will say this in closing here. You know, I've had private conversations with Michael Knowles. Why would these people on the right have private conversations with me on the phone? Why would they? I'll tell you. I'll give you another hint, bro. Respect. Maybe. I would put it up on YouTube. I don't know if you have anybody that works with you. I don't think you can afford that. But if you do, let's work together on this. Let's try to help each other so you can get as many views as possible. Brian Shapiro spurgs out, because I know you guys like to use that word. You think you're gonna give me a cut, Rob, of this video?
No lie there. No, not one lie was told in that specific thing. Brian Shapiro did spurg and kept spurging and is still spurging. People say that to this day, the spurging has never stopped, never truly stopped at all whatsoever. Sorry.
What do you think? Can you give me a cut?
No. Okay. So to the question you asked, the reason it was a false dichotomy is, on one hand, you're saying that you would only trust an independent investigation when it came to this shooting of Renee Good. On the other hand, even though there wasn't an independent investigation with Ashley Babbitt, you've made up your mind. And you say, yes, but I'm okay with an independent investigation occurring then or now. And that's sort of a different question.
Yeah, this guy is insane. He's an insane person.
And there you have it. That was Brian Shapiro going off for about 18 minutes and 30 seconds. Now, you can find the full video on my live stream, or you can slow that down to see. That was just sped up. It was legit. That was 18 minutes and 30 seconds. I don't know what to say other than that it's one of the funniest things I've ever seen. In that entire 18 minutes and 30 seconds, I don't think he said anything that remotely was even approaching like a good insult. It was very repetitious as well. But some highlights of it is, my editor, Black Elk, tremendous job when he chose to slow it down. I love the fact that he's still obsessed with Andrew. He has to bring him up every time that he calls in me. That's good. The several times saying, I'm bald, so what? You can tell that hits a nerve. Yo, shit, man, I like what I see when I wake up in the morning. so good. And then let me give you a little clue, Rob. Let me give you a little clue why right-wingers stalk me. Let me give you a little clue. Something called respect. He says that a couple times, which is also epic. And then maybe the best is around the 15-minute mark where he's like, in closing. He goes on for another 3.5 minutes. Oh, shit. Whew. I knew when he was going on that rant, I was like, this is epic. I'm just going to sit back and let it go. I'd sit there for 2 hours. I'd have let that guy just fucking spin his wheels for 2 hours. So, my goodness. Now,
the dart wrangling is above everything, okay? It was the spurg out of the century, and, listening to Rob just happily destroy him, it's really, really good. I want to go. You know what? Speakeasy. I want to go into speakeasy debate. I want to go into one of the debates. This is the trench debate, and I want to see it again because we're supposed to have a debate tomorrow. I don't know if it's gonna happen. I don't see it. But I'm gonna watch it again. Trench, by the way, is a G. He is one of the great debaters of our time. He's just good. Really? I really don't see it. Maybe he didn't accept. I don't know. I don't know if he didn't accept or what happened. Yeah, I don't know. I said yes, but it doesn't matter. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. I'm not gonna request again.
But this is always where things get wild. Today's debate prompt is Christianity versus Islam, which is better for society? And representing Islam, we have Manar Reports, a regular and open panel and call-in debates known for direct political commentary and engaging the most heated topics in today's discourse. You can find his channel in the description. And representing Christianity tonight, making his Swords of Reason debut, we have Trench Deacon, a new face to the arena, but not new to debating, known for his frequent open panel discussions and regular appearances and larger-than-life presence. Even though he doesn't post much, you can still find his channel linked in the description. With that being said, we're going to get into opening statements backstage. I think we had decided, Trench, you're going to go first, right?
I guess so.
Okay. So, Trench, whenever you are ready for your opening statement, I know you got something to present as well, so just let me know when you want me to present that. And whenever you want to start your opening statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Yeah, can you hear me good? I got a shitty fucking headset.
Yeah, no, sounds good.
All right, well, I guess I'm ready. On go. Let's do it.
You want the slide up now?
That's fine.
Okay.
So this is just a little simple presentation I put together here, ad hoc. Started doing a little bit of research, watched a little bit of Menard's channel, saw him continuously, what's an appropriate word? Confound Christianity. So we're here to set that straight. And in this research, I started getting overwhelmed about how bad Muslim society really sucks. It's really backwards. It's really archaic. And we're going to proceed. So first, we're going to look at Menard's arguments, right? He's going to make an appeal to paganism because his low IQ can't comprehend the Trinity paradigm. By that, I mean, somewhere, sooner or later, it's going to come down to theology because he doesn't want to debate the merits. So he's going to try to kick it into a gotcha. And this is one of the classic tropes or strategies of the Muslim apologist. I can't understand the Trinity, so your society sucks and your religion sucks, is basically one of their bulwarks. Next, the culture. Your culture, your civilization, nations, wealth, traditions, ethics are irrelevant because you don't follow my interpretation of your Bible. So again, if Menard was in charge of Christianity, if he was the Pope of the earth or the Ayatollah of Christendom, it would look a lot like Islam. You would have state churches everywhere and morality police running around with rulers measuring everybody's skirt. Like that is going to be a metric to measure the general wellness of your civilization and culture.
Sorry, Trench, I don't mean to interrupt, but I think you may be looking at the slide on a different tab than the one you have presented here, because we're looking at just one slide at the end, and it's got like the slide layout.
Let's see here. Oh, you're looking at the very end?
It's showing me, it's showing us my argument. And
oh, wow. We got ahead of
the
ourselves.
slide layout there. I think you're in the wrong tab there. Yeah, there we go. I can see your mouse now. Now we can see your action there. Yeah,
I'm new here.
Don't worry. I had paused the time for you. But yeah, you can just continue on.
I don't see mine up there either. I don't know what's going on, but yeah. One of the things I'm going to be actually trying to bring up that I think it's very, very important is that the interpretation. So Menard is one of the worst debaters I've ever encountered. He doesn't know philosophy, right? He only knows basic understanding of apologetics, especially when it comes to Islam apologetics. He will not and should not, by the way, engage in the philosophy because every time he will get destroyed in the philosophy. But what I can engage him with, and I mean is very, 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 very important, is on his interpretation. He has to have an interpretation, and he can't. He can't explain where his interpretation comes from. All he can do is accept that he has one. So that's where I'm gonna get him, and that's gonna be an interesting part of the opening statement, in which he has to accept the fact that there is no actual interpretation that is gonna be correct, except either his or mine. In this debate specifically, unless he calls up some kind of authority, and the moment he does, I call up my authority, and I have a better authority than he does, simply because my authority is the church.
On from where you were there. Yeah, and if you wanted to like take out that slide layout part so you could have your whole thing presented to, it'd help you out. But yeah, sorry about that. But yeah, go ahead and continue on with what you were doing.
All right. So his next point is going to be, why no hijab fallacy, right? Your culture and society don't have on a hijab, so it's inferior. You're going to hear a lot of that. Where's your fucking hijab? Put on your hijab. My hijab is from my belly button to my culo. And again, there's no measurement system.
Did he say to my culo? Did he really say that? I think he did say that, but I think he said it in a different way, not necessarily on what it means in the Spanish. I think he did it.
For the reality based on hijab. All right. I have it on good authority that good Christian folk cover their hair, at least some of them, when they go to church. That's the place when they're doing spiritual things. You know, why can't you lower your gaze? You know, is somebody's hair going to make you all rapacious? You're going to get filled with that energy, and you're going to need to do something immoral because somebody's hair or shoulder is popped out? Give me a break. It's nonsense. Next, logic is not the point of these religious debates because I said so. Completely oblivious to Christians worshiping the Logos made flesh. So, you know, he's crying about losing to Marte, and Marte only making logical and rational arguments and not diving into theology. So, again, moving on. I can't use demographics and geopolitics because Islamic culture and society look like trash on paper. So let's debate theological paradigms. And then that's followed by the place social, legal, and moral standards on Christians that I wouldn't place on Islam. So you're going to notice he's going to have this bizarre double standard. He's going to spurg out about certain things, certain moralities, certain practices, They'd be like, Christian, why no morality police enforcing this? And he's not going to demand the same thing when it comes to Islam. And last, can't understand the modern culture, pro-immigration, charity, individual rights, secularism from the Protestants, and dislike of cousin kissing, mercy, egalitarianism, and anti-authority. I see where I made an anti-authority. That is not a double negative, but a typo. Anti-authoritarianism and forgiveness. We pardon criminals. These are Christian virtues. Even the secular left carries these Christian virtues. They can't ground their virtue to anything. They don't understand why they don't like murder or incest or why they want us to free every dirtbag criminal. They don't want to point to Christianity. And, he'll try to poison the well and be like, why you no marry cousin? Your society is a postmodernist society. And he'll poison the well and say that we don't kiss and marry our cousins because we're postmodernists. No, we don't kiss and marry our cousins because we're Christians from biblical tradition as interpreted to us by a papal bull and canons and 2 millennia of Christian culture. Next, he will pretend that Muslims walk on water, like there is no vice, like they don't do immoral things or break their very own Muslim laws. There is no crime in Muslim land, right? The streets are paved in gold and there's no trash anywhere because everybody's doing the Muslim thing. There's no degeneracy in Islam, even though per capita of people, places like Pakistan and Egypt are the largest consumers of pornography. And then when we look at VPN downloads and usage, we see the entirety of the Middle East constantly downloading pornographs and pornographies to pound their little puds. And vice culture, back to that. So the Middle East has a love for the animamphetamines. They have a huge crystal animamphetamine problem that you don't want to talk about. So we're going to look at my arguments. I'm going to present something logical using the veil of ignorance. We're going to get into the geopolitical, a little bit of economics, innovation, military culture, a little bit of the political, some of our policies, laws, and use of power and sources of power, and the biological. Things like mental retardation, birth defect, IQ, cousin kissing, obesity, infant mortality, and overall life expectancy. Some of these things factor into the happiness index. And next, we're going to talk about how Manar can't.
Now, you want to know something that's going to be interesting about the thing that I'm going to do when it comes to the Manar debate? One of the things that I'm going to be doing is I'm going to go on and accept that cousin fucking has nothing wrong. I'm gonna grant it. I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna do what no other person would do for you, Manure. I'm gonna accept the fact that cousin fucking is understandable and fine. And then I'm gonna destroy him with cousin with that. And I don't think he has an idea of what the fuck is coming his way when it comes to this. Because 90% of the people who would grant it wouldn't know exactly what to do with that either. I'll be honest. 90% of the people would not know what they would do with what I'm gonna do when it comes to the granting of the ideas. If I was a worse debater, or if I thought I was a worse debater, I wouldn't do it. But I know I can.
Understand different paradigms. There are 3 theological paradigms working in tandem. This is because Christians have what you would call a turn the cheek mentality. So they're able to synergize and get along. Whereas the Muslim denominations all fucking hate each other, and they all call each other things like Shia dog and Sunni murderer, and one says he's gonna split the mouth of the other, and which is actually some weird, deeper insult. And in the world of Christianity, we talk a lot of smack on each other. We razz each other. Yeah, there have been a few little fights and skirmishes throughout history, but by and large, we get along. We influence each other. We synergize. We don't have to do the Muslim thing where we pretend we're one united body of Islam, even though they're Sunni, Shia, Sufis, Druze, Alawites, more scientists, the Nation of Islam. I mean, and a million other splinter groups. So it's just like, what are you talking about? What reality are you arguing from? And this last one, especially for the ladies out there using the veil of ignorance, small PP. The Arab world has a small PP compared to the Christian world. And this could arguably be due from things like nutrition. You know, men of the West, Christians, we're bigger, we're stronger, we're faster, we have a higher IQ. And it's no coincidence because our religion theologically mandates that we don't do something as simple as keeping your wiener out of your cousin, keeping your wiener out of somebody you share a grandma with. That's nuts. It really shouldn't be that hard. So let's get into this. I'm going to back out of the presentation there. You got me backed out that presentation? How much time I got? 18 seconds? The mountain of hypocrisy that Islam is standing on is a mountain of shit that is going to cover us all if gone unchecked. And I'm here to check that, sir.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement, Trench. And with that, we are going to hand the mic over to Manar for your opening statement. Manar, whenever you're ready, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Speakeasy, for allowing us to be here. Thanks for the fans. Most of them are Christians who love to eat pork. It's okay, guys. You can repent. And thank you to our bow handling, trench head. I mean, honestly, you look like you came out of a trench. That's amazing. I love the hat. It gave you a little bit of sparkle. But anyways, guys, today we're going to debate Christianity versus Islam, which is better for society. Be honest, guys. Look at me. I'm a Muslim. He's a Christian. Which is better? Who do you want to be with? Who do you want to hang around? Your children? No. JK. Okay, so here's the truth, guys. If we want to sit here and make a comparison between...
What the actual fuck? Who do you want around your fucking children? Jesus. Jesus Christ. I know who I don't want around my children, a fucking Muslim. Muslims are really fucking shitty. I don't want him around my around my family at all. I don't understand. I don't even know what to say about that. I'm gonna be honest. Jared Speaks are gonna leave a comment too. Come over to Jared Speaks new video after. Yeah. In fact, we can do it right now because this is gonna take a while. Jared Speaks. Oh, is. Oh, I really.
I get it. I understand exactly what it means now. You want to silence the people who voted for your political opposition. Good morning, good evening, wherever you are, whenever you are. Got a good show for you today. I'm going to go ahead and get into this right now. I've got some X posts that I'm going to go ahead and review for you, show everybody what's going on, and well, we're going to go ahead and get right into it.
You need to take that hat off now. It's disgusting. You're disgusting. You're wearing this.
As we see, this much older lady gets actually quite close to being to getting physical with this younger man. You can see he's got a MAGA hat on. He's wearing what looks like the OCP jacket, and he's just trying not to laugh, as the description says. But you'll notice that this woman right here and nobody else on this bus says a word, which is just honestly not right. I mean, this woman is being extremely loud. She's yelling. She's basically screaming in this man's ear. Why would you just tell her to shut up?
This outfit that my husband bought for this country. And look at you! Look at you!
Lady in the background is looking, peeking around like, what's going on? This woman here is actively avoiding, turning her head. Oh, it's none of my business. But again, this woman is causing a disturbance on the bus. Why didn't somebody just tell her to shut up?
You're a piece of doo-doo and you know all of your people that have robots. Robots! You're robots!
You're the one person that's a robot. You're the one who's screaming against somebody just wearing a MAGA hat. Jeez.
You drank the Kool-Aid, didn't you, huh? Didn't you? You need to take this soldier outfit off because you don't deserve to wear it! You are ruining this country! You are ruining
My God, she's having a tantrum like a 2-year-old, hitting things. She's about to fall over. This woman's got to be, what, 60s? Maybe 70s? Or she could be in her 50s. She's just aged poorly. I'm not really trying to speak anything bad about her, other than the fact that she's definitely an older lady, and she's acting like a 2-year-old. I mean, jeez.
this country! How dare you! How dare you! You smug little jerk! You think you could just vote for the wrong person? You voted for the wrong person!
Ooh, that looks like assault to me. Well, put your hands on somebody else, lady. But the fact is...
the demon got a little bit overpowered. A moment over there, the demon was fine. Just a moment later, the demon got very mad. Oh, fucking demon, dude.
It doesn't matter who they voted for. You voted for the wrong person. He voted for who he wanted to vote for. Doesn't matter what you think. Wah. Ooh, his face right now. That's exactly the face that I would have if somebody's touched me. Just... Ooh. But good on him. He hasn't said anything yet. Good on him.
You and your kind! You know where you belong? You belong in a hole! That's where you belong! With dirt covering your ugly faces! All of you are the same! You're ugly maggots! That's what you are! Maggots! That's right! It kind of rhymes with your idol, doesn't it? You make me sick!
I'm not sure what she's talking about. Rhyming with your idol? Maggot doesn't rhyme with Trump, because I'm assuming that's who she's talking about when she says your idol. She's definitely a little sick in the head.
I almost threw up when I got the news. I almost threw up and look at you. Who do you think you are?
Yes.
Who do you think you are?
Right here, sir.
You ruined United States. You ruined us. You ruined us. You have ruined United States. You ruined us.
I mean, she just threw her change purse out. I mean, again, she's still throwing a tantrum like a 2-year-old or 4-year-old. She's now throwing things. She hit things, falling over. Now she's throwing things. This lady, bring back asylums. I mean, really, this lady is a prime example of the reason why.
We will not recover. Oh, God, we will never recover because of your stupidity. Stupidity.
Ma'am, I hope you have a great day again.
You son of a motherfucker!
And the Chad attitude. That's exactly how you handle those kind of people, though. I hope you have a great day. And then you leave. Unless they actually physically attack you and confront you in that way, there's no need to really pay them any mind whatsoever. Let's go on to this next one. Now, according to this, Susanna is running for the state house in Georgia. If she wins, she wants to punish her constituents who voted for Trump. And this is actually really gross.
When this is all over and Trump is gone and Democrats are back in charge and we're rebuilding everything, the punishment for MAGA for voting Trump 3 times needs to be that they lose their internet access for 4 years.
That makes absolutely no sense. Can you imagine if right now Trump said the exact same thing about those who voted for, let's see, Bernie Sanders, those who voted for Biden, those who voted for Hillary, just right now, just came out and said it. You know, anybody who voted for those people because they ran against me, I think they need to go ahead and all those registered voters, anybody we can prove that voted for them, they need to go ahead and lose all the internet access. And while we're at it, let's go ahead and just tax them at 50%. The left would lose their minds. But no, this lady can go ahead and say this and nothing. I see 699 comments underneath it, but...
That they cannot post videos or comments on social media for 4 straight years so that none of us are
Oh, so now we're into political silencing. That's what you're talking about. You want to silence the people who voted for your political opposition. I get it. I understand exactly what it means now. Oh, okay. Thank you. Please continue, lady. Indict yourself more.
Objected to their lies and misinformation while we are rebuilding the chaos that they caused the whole world and America.
Okay, see the emotional appeal here, while we're rebuilding from the chaos that was caused by you people voting for the wrong person is exactly what she's saying. And yeah, that's illegal, number one, because that's political persecution, which isn't allowed in the United States. And then number two, playing on emotions is not logical. There's not a logical argument, is what I mean, obviously. So yeah, no, this woman is crazy and definitely should not be elected.
Raytrack, Emmett looks way sillier than usual. Yes, Raytrack. I look a little bit sillier.
To the State House of Georgia.
But yeah, this is insane.
America gets to be without their BS online for 4 straight years. Can we all agree to this?
No, absolutely not. That's disgusting.
When this is
Again, if Trump had said the exact same thing about people who voted for Hillary or Biden, the left would be up in arms, impeach him right now. Now, also, the difference is this woman is not a current political figure. She's running for office. Yes, I get there's a difference. However, the fact is, if Trump said this versus this woman saying this, the left's reaction would be visceral and would want punishment right now. I can guarantee you most of the comments, there's now 701 as we're watching, are going to be about this woman is stupid, which she is for posting this, and that she should not be elected. Now let's go to the... Oh, this is hilarious. I've seen this one circulating a lot. Give me one reason why any civilian needs access to something like this. This is great. It's a camera, of course. You can see the flash.
Now, I understand that there's people here who don't want to vote in the next coming elections because they don't think that it's a good idea. Like, there's nothing good about the proposition. But remember, this is a battle for survival. It's not a battle for having the good thing that we want, okay? At least not now. So I truly, for the heart of me, recommend you to go ahead and vote for the Republican, even if it's not the perfect person. We'll get there, but we cannot be losing battles right now.
Right there. There's the lens. There's a lens attachment. That's great. But the pièce de résistance. No, I'm not French. It's just a good phrase, even though I don't like the French. All right. Now, I'm sure we've all heard this at least once or twice. The audio of a child sobbing as her mother is taken by ICE, going viral on TikTok. I've heard it a few times on YouTube as well, because I try to listen to some of the lefties and listen to what their BS says so that we can combat it. Let's listen.
It was brought to my attention that the sound of the little girl crying because her mother's getting deported is not even real. It's from a movie. Oh my gosh, bro. Y'all sound so dumb. Let me show you something.
Wait, let's go back to that real quick. Propaganda I'm not falling for. I'm not into politics. We can agree to disagree. I voted for his other policies. And then, of course, don't go is the quote from the movie. Clearly, she's falling for propaganda. Just wanted to point that out. I kept thinking about this child on Mother's Day. This is the country we've become. Shame on us. MAGA response to this audio. This is what we voted for. Not specifically, obviously, the torture of children, quote unquote, because they're attaching the audio to it. But the deporting of illegals, if they're children, obviously you would deport them with their families. Not going to deport a child solo.
Liberal tears.
All right, hold on. This is the sound of a child's heart breaking. Well, that's true from the movie. She's begging for her mom not to leave her. That is true. That is within context of the movie. This is the reality for so many families right now. Remains to be seen. It's not paranoia. It's not fear. It is fact. It is paranoia. It is fear. You say you don't pick sides, but your silence always does. Oh God, that silence is violence. Crap. Let's continue.
Just wait for it.
The liberal tears.
Not the liberal tears.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't be laughing.
You said.
This is where it came from. Like, you guys just look stupid. Like, you look so stupid. Please. I can't with you anymore. I can't. Keep crying about it, I guess. Keep tagging me in y'all's videos. I don't care. Keep crying about it. Love y'all. God bless.
That's really what I wanted to get to, because you know what? That was great. I don't know who she is, but that was awesome. And I want to thank her very much for bringing that up. That was amazing. So yeah, that's all I got to talk about. Until the next video, thank you. If you've made it this far, please make sure to give me a like and subscribe. You have a good day.
Now, I'm gonna do something that I probably wouldn't do, but I'm gonna do it
with,
on the
with
race.
some of the other stuff that you've talked about.
I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna crash his panel. That's what I'm gonna
I
do.
would be glad to work out a time that maybe you and I could do, like not a live, not necessarily a live, because I can't always guarantee live broadcast. Capability.
That is weird. Huh? How is he streaming?
But now his family is starting to thrive.
Wow.
Yeah. A life of set up with degeneracy and craziness, and I mean, it's a different story, but it's this. But the
I want to crash his panel, but
it's, world to be able to be having an absolutely incredible life, and degeneracy took it away from him, and it literally took face-to-face meeting with the Lord's opposition to snap him out of it, and have him
I'm making a cult right now and
Yeah.
enslaving.
And he wasn't able to start making changes until he did real lasting changes. Anyway, I look forward to seeing that interview with Anthony.
I think it'd be awesome. I'm going to contact him again tomorrow and try to start getting it lined out and set up.
Oh yeah. And you guys, it would be one that you would definitely want to share out with any of your crazy non-religious friends as well.
Yeah.
Because he's a character. He is a character. There, you may need to ask him, let him know what words you want used on your YouTube for TOS.
Okay.
And I will encourage that he listen to that. He's a character, but he's a man who is actually not that far off in personality from like Andrew Wilson.
Very cool. Welcome in,
brother,
Emmett.
how you doing?
Hey Nate, good to see you. Good to see you, Abe.
Good to see you.
So
we are in the StreamYard.
Yeah, we are in the StreamYard. When do you head down to DebateCon, Emmett?
I'm not going to DebateCon. I don't think I am.
Oh, you're not? Oh, I thought you were. Okay.
When is DebateCon?
Never mind. This week?
Oh, then no. I'm not going to DebateCon.
Oh, okay.
That'd be cool if you did, though.
If I, yeah, it would be cool if I did, but I'm not planning to. At least I don't. Yeah.
Gotcha. All right. Well, if you'd be interested, I would be happy to buy you. I would be happy to buy you lunch or late breakfast or something like that. I'm going to be as I understand it, I'm going to be back in your area, not with the semi, in 2 weeks.
Oh wow.
In Utah?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So
yeah, we can go.
like
Yeah, it would be nice.
I'm pretty open with stuff. My mom lives in Orem. I've got to be up in Clearfield for a few hours. I've got to go all the way out to Duchesne, eastern Utah, for a night, and then I have the Brotherhood fishing trip. So my boys that have been my boys since, well, one of them knew me when I was born, and the other two I met in junior high. And the four of us are just, last year we started an annual fishing trip. So yeah, we're going to go up fishing for 4 days.
Sweet. That sounds like a blast.
Yeah, I would be honored if I would get to meet you. Just let me know when you're here, and sure, we'll have some food. It would be great.
Sounds good. I'd be glad to take you out to dinner, man. You're another one that needs to have their voice out there. You've got the quick wit, as well as the real understanding of logic that I think people underestimate because of the accent.
I keep telling him that.
Because of what?
A whole lot.
The accent.
Because of the accent.
Yeah.
Because you sound Jewish for whatever reason. I don't know. But
he sounds Czechoslovakian.
Right, Czechoslovakian. Anyway, but no, I wanna help push your channel, get you monetized, and get you growing as well, because yeah, the debate sphere needs your voice in there as well. And
yes.
We need you there if we're gonna be able to save anything in the next 5 years.
Yeah, I'm trying. I'll be doing it.
I know you're trying. I've been hopping in and trying to support you and getting other people in there to listen to you. So anyway,
I have a debate tomorrow, I think, maybe. Because I don't see it being posted, but it's supposed to be tomorrow. Manar versus me, what creates a better economic system? Islam or Christianity? Really? It's a very easy debate.
Well,
it's such an easy debate.
Right, it is. I mean, in all honesty, the only economic system that there is in under Islam is at the best mercantilism, but in the national practice, it's communism.
Yeah, it's a communistic system, and
it is.
It's weird because it's not supposed to, but it is, and there are a lot of problems with it. But at the end of the day, I have an idea of how I'm going to debate it. I cannot say it 100% because I want.
No, don't give away anything, because Matard always has in like spies if he's not in here under a pseudonym, right?
Yep.
And I'll call him Matard. I will not use his real name. And that man just irritates the hell out of me. And it's not even his ideas. I can handle someone with those ideas. It's that damn voice.
Yeah.
And I know that he can do something about that. Anyway.
Yep. True.
All right, Emmett. Well, I'll let you have your time, bro, and you guys have a good night. I'm gonna fall back to sleep for about another 4 hours listening to you guys.
All right. Good night, Nate. Thank you for the support.
Good night, everybody. God bless.
God bless you. Well, Emmett.
Well.
How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm good. Figured I'd open up a panel and talk to people about, the state of affairs and all the false claims and the basically straight out insurgency in the streets of the U.S.
What? Insurgency?
Yeah. I mean, you could make equations. You could say, wow, this looks an awful lot like that thing there. We probably shouldn't jump to those just yet, because the response we would take to those is rather harsh, rather kinetic.
I'm making a joke, but yes, I was gonna make a joke about certain demographic of people who would not will call wouldn't call this an insurrection, but will call a bunch of hippies burning a little bit of MJ in a national park being against the implementation of certain laws and insurrection. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. All right, Mr. We'll be here. We will be here. Mr. says he has something to us to react to, but give him 5 minutes. Yeah, I think we see a lot of parallels to, I don't know, it looks straight out like guerrilla warfare that they're pulling against us right now. Like signal, private chats, encrypted messaging, sneaky behind the scenes, in the streets actions against lawful arrests and all kinds of things. It just seems very insurgent-like to me. Don't you think?
Well, you have experience about this kind of insurgency, specifically
I
because of
do.
what you did.
I do.
Do you think this is insurgency? Like, according
It
to
looks a
your
lot like it
experience?
to me, yeah. Yeah, it looks a lot like it. Like, the original thing I was going to say is that it reminds me of some of the things that happened with, like, the Ba'athist Party going underground and then utilizing households and trickery to get at their enemies as well as military, all while using the people of the area as shields, basically, which is exactly what's happening, I think, in these communities. And then what's even worse is that the local government of those people is siding with the insurgents in the area. So you have an ideology that's leading the state governmental officials, and that same ideology is the ideology of the underground insurgents, and the normal everyday people get to suffer beneath both of them. That's what it seems like to me from the outside looking in. I mean, I'm not in Milwaukee, so I can't see everything, but if you look at the freaking way that they're operating, and then you look at, yeah, they're shipping people in from all over the place. They're paying these people to do these things in an underground manner.
Did something happen besides the Minnesota? What is? You mean Minnesota or you mean Milwaukee?
Milwaukee,
What
whatever.
happened in Milwaukee?
Well, Minnesota, right? Like all the stuff going on with ICE, the shootings, all of this stuff that they're pumping up as if they're super terrible acts against the people by
Yeah, I
ICE.
understand.
But it's being played up as
Give me a
something that
second.
it's not, and then tricking people into standing against everything. And it's the same kind of stuff that we see when, Minneapolis, that's what Minneapolis, Minnesota. That they just want to break the system.
I think
Because
you're
there's-
correct in the idea of breaking the system, and I think they do want to do that. Yeah, I don't think that is. I don't think that's news. I think that's very obvious, especially when it comes to the insurgency and the whole proposition they have right now when it comes to the insurgency.
Yeah. Well, and then you look at. Go ahead. Sorry.
And you can see also the people around it are pretty much weaponizing it. So one of the things that you need to have a good rebellion or a rebellion in general is you need to be able to justify it in the moral sense and to the people that are going to be the insurgents. And I think that's where we're looking at. And you, we will have to be very uh, cognizant at the fact that that's what we're looking at, because the next steps are not going to be them being nice. The next steps is them upping the anthem and trying to be way more aggressive. This is one
Mm-hmm.
of the reasons why I said the Insurrection Act needed to be enacted. I know we might disagree on that one,
No,
but
I don't.
it is one of the few. I
I
know
don't
why
disagree.
I know why Trump doesn't want to do it. I understand why, but if he doesn't do it, it's gonna be worse for everybody at the end of the day, because
Okay.
what they want is cause chaos.
Well, let me say it this way: what the military does when an insurgency grows too large in a battlefield scenario is we will just conquer the entirety of the city and suppress it till it's gone.
But that means, yeah, I know what you mean. I just don't think most people are ready for something like that to happen, and the more you let it grow, the worse it's gonna become, and they need to just nip it at the bud.
Well, that's what I don't think that we need that kind of tactic, but I do think that it needs to be beyond doing. Like the actions that are being taken are outside of the scope of what citizens should be doing. Like, as a citizen of the United States, looking at the way that the structure works, how it has always worked, you don't look at the structure and say, there's a whole bunch of people here illegally taking the tax dollars and destroying our country from within. Let's go ahead and let that keep happening. And then when the government says, no, that's against the people and it hurts the populace, we're going to stop it, you stand against the government and attack the legally operating agents of the state that have come in to take care of that issue. And what's worse,
one of the few things that I have a problem with is I really think that Trump doesn't want to do anything right now because he's not afraid, but he thinks that
midterms.
It's gonna affect his midterms, and
Yeah.
I think it's the opposite. If he actually does something, it's gonna help the midterms, and if he doesn't do anything, it's gonna really hurt the midterms.
That's very possible. But we have a video to watch. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
You ready to review with me?
I'm ready.
Okay, here we go.
What's that old saying? Just when you think they can't get any lower, they surprise you or shock you, or whatever the hell it is. I'm not shocked. I'm not surprised. The Democrats have brand new recruits, and it's not who you think. And it's being led by Maxine Klingon Waters. I'm going to share with you some really disturbing clips, but they have to be shown because the mainstream media is not going to share with you. But I promise you this is going to have a happy ending. There's a viral video of a mother storming into her school demanding that her kid be taken out and exempt from this atrocious behavior. And then I've got one of the most, I think, awesome things I'm ever going to share on this channel. A letter to President Trump from one of the most world-renowned, most iconic public figures in the history of our culture, saying back in 1989, you know what I think you should do? I think you should run for president and save our country. You don't want to miss this.
Okay, interesting.
Wow. Wow.
Remember when your teacher said recess, it meant kickball, not protesting abolish ICE? You know, ICE has done two really remarkable, well, I mean, they've done a bunch of things, but two really remarkable things that stand out. Number one, they are getting rid of the scum of the earth, the thugs, the murderers, the child offenders. I can't actually say it because I don't want the video to get taken down. Literally the worst of the worst: terrorists, gangsters, thugs, narco terrorists, foreign spies that Kamala, the fake border czar, and vegetable and chief Biden let into our country throughout the red carpet, zero vetting, zero systems and processes. Not only are they doing that, keeping our streets safe, clean, so that we don't have to walk around with our head on a swivel in our own country, for crying out loud. I mean, this is insanity, but they're actually exposing one of the worst institutions, and nobody knows this better than me. I don't just call myself Professor Nez for kicks and giggles. I know these people. I've worked with these people. Radical activists, indoctrinators. They're not educators. And yes, what you just saw was not AI. It was real. They're using children. These are children, innocent children who should be playing, who should be actually learning. We have like
This is disgusting.
efficiency scores across the globe.
This is disgusting.
President, who is the head of the American Federation.
But I do not put it past the left at all, because this is exactly what they do. This is exactly how you saw the propagation of the rainbow movement. This is how you saw the propagation of the trans movement. This is the same thing, and now they're doing it for this too.
Of teachers, she makes like $600,000 a year, and we're like number 45th in the world or something like that, the lowest percentile ever in reading, math proficiency, critical thinking, literacy. I mean, you name it. It goes all the way down the list. We should be number one in every slot. Why aren't we, with this much funding and this much subsidies? Why aren't we number one? Well, maybe this is a clue. A growing trend that is happening all over. You are seeing school teachers, public school teachers, who are teaching their kids to protest against law enforcement officers who are simply doing their job to get rid of the worst of the worst. They cried, Epstein, stop protecting the pedos. Well, now they're telling kids to stop ICE, protect pedos from getting taken out, arrested, detained, and removed from our country. This is what they're doing to our youth. This is a day school in New York called Chloe Day School. These are kindergartners. Check this out.
What's happening? I feel all of it. Right. And how do you feel? What did you tell us earlier? I feel angry. Because you don't like to see what? I don't like to see people are hurt or taken away from their family. Right. And so.
Oh my gosh, dude.
And Amadi, what do we want to say? Stop the hating. Right.
This is so messed up, because you're going to take these children who don't understand the scope or why this is happening. They don't even have the ability to yet understand why it's happening. And you're indoctrinating into them that it's bad and wrong before they even can functionally understand what is happening. So what this will do is this will graft over to everything. Every time a criminal does anything and a cop has to tackle them or fight back to get them under control and get cuffs on them. Every time anything like that happens, they will see it as a wrong, an ill, a bad. Especially at this age, where they're not even fully formed. They don't have cemented cognition. They don't have any of that done. This is
messed up.
This is, yeah, it's fucking terrible, is what it is. Sets my teeth on edge, dude.
You know what's the worst part? You can't do anything about it. You have to accept it. All you can do is kind of accept it for now. And this is what I mean about doing something. Like you
yeah.
I don't think we're gonna see like us winning the midterms if we continue to do nothing.
If this doesn't make rage boil up in you, then there's something wrong with you. That's all I can say. As a parent, if you have children, this should make you sick to your stomach. That's what this should do.
It's probably some of the worst I've seen online, and the fact that they're using kids. But this is not new. I've seen this happen a lot.
Yeah.
When it comes to communism uses kids all the time.
Well, that's if you remember 1984. This is how this starts right here. And you're right. They've been doing it forever. Humanity has been doing things like this forever. But this reminds me right here. See something, say something. They turn all the children into informants for the state. And in this case, not even not even the party that's in power or the will of the majority of the people. They're turning them into the insurgents of tomorrow. That's what they're doing.
Yeah. Yeah. And they're doing the same in the universities as well.
This is why you homeschool your kids, folks, right here. Or find a community connection, because plenty of communities are homeschooling their own children in a more Christian value-centric way.
Okay, and my last three, Faith, Mariama, and Raya, what do we want to tell people? Enough is enough. Stop hurting people. And what do we want to say at the school? Enough is enough. Stop hurting people. Miss Shadira, would you like to share your thoughts?
My thoughts are united, we're powerful, our words are strong, kindness is free. Let's do the right thing.
Kindergartners. They should be coloring. They should be having read books to them. They should be, their curiosity, their imagination should be cultivated. Instead, spreading misinformation. I mean, the irony. We want to stop hate, but you're teaching them to hate law enforcement. I want to share this quick study with you, and then I've got so much more to share with you. 2000.
One message I would have is to women out there: do not let your compassion lead you to allow evil to thrive. Okay? Really important. It's really, really important.
19 NIH study on kids exposed to political violence found it spikes aggression toward peers by 20 to 30%, plus emotional distress like insomnia and panic. In Egypt's post-Arab Spring mess, a 2019 social science and medicine paper showed youth in protest zones reported doubled anxiety and, quote, uncertainty about the future. Mental health scores tanked, especially for boys. This is absolutely disgusting. We need to defund and abolish the Department of Education. You need to tear it all down and start over from scratch. I am telling you, this is where it starts. But when they get to where I used to teach at the higher ed level, it's even worse. I mean, you're seeing these young people who have no clue about the world, and they're just being poisoned in their brains with this Marxist.
Yeah, that's the other thing, Emmett. Most high schoolers have zero idea of how politics work, how geopolitics work, how the movements of communism and socialism do their thing. They don't understand it fully. And if they have any understanding of government and politics, it's so cursory that most of what's happening would escape them completely. And then you see high school kids and college kids who have never really paid attention to politics because it's not important to you at 18, 16, 17. You're not thinking, oh, that's really important to me, because you don't see the future you do as an adult. You literally just don't even see it that way. And then they're going to pump them full of this ideology and explain things in skewed ways, using language in incorrect ways. Well, guess what? If they do this, they're started early. Then they have these ideas from the moment they actually enter the school world, the education world, and then they'll continue that from the time these 5 and 6 year olds or 4 and 5 year olds are all the way until they're 20, 22, 25. So now they've been pumping that ideology into their heads. Well, what happens is they don't have the ability to see through it. They can never see through it.
Do you remember all of the shit that people were saying about indoctrination?
Yep.
That they will go on and be like, oh, Christianity is so bad, they indoctrinate kids, you have indoctrinations from such an early age. And they keep on talking about indoctrination and indoctrination.
Yep.
Well, now you can see indoctrination happening in real life, in real time,
Yes.
at this moment. And it is indoctrination, and it's going to continue.
Yep.
some of the ways that I tend to it's like today I was talking to somebody, and one of the things that happened, he was like talking about doing the right thing, and he was like, I don't understand how people cannot just do the right thing. And I was like, because they don't because they like doing the other things, so you like it. And he was like not getting the point at one point, like he didn't understand what I mean.
Yep.
But it is true, like if you have other things that you want to do and you like doing, that actually comes into
Yep.
conflict with
Yep.
with the things that you like the your basic desires. And
Right.
that is one of the reasons why you're like called to move away from your basic desires in Christianity, because you have a higher intellect and a higher calling, and you have actual reasons to not just fall prey to your
Right. Well, it reminds me.
to what you want.
Right. It reminds me of a saying: "Do what is right, not what is easy."
Yeah, but what I mean by that is you still have to deal with that, right? You still have to deal with the
Yeah.
fact that
You have to deal with human nature.
yeah, you have to. The question becomes, why wouldn't I do this thing that I really want to do?
Right.
And the
Right.
answer has to be something else than just because it's good, just because I think it's good. Like, well, the answer has to be you need to be able to give them a justification of the morality. It's good because of this. That will be
Well,
the actual answer.
right. There's an issue, a huge issue in functionality right now. And the functionality is that when you place yourself in the position of God in your own life, what you want is more important than what is right. Because what is right, if you have put yourself in the place of God, what is right is whatever you want. And they've convinced most of the secular world that that is the case, that they are the most important thing in their lives, and whatever they deem or whatever they like or whatever they think they like is right because they like it, and that's fine. When in reality, there is an actual objective moral reality that we exist within, and they have been subverted into a degenerative state by believing that they supersede all and that their will and their wants are the most important thing.
Well, it's again, it's about you have the same issue. Like at some point, you have to come to the realization that and I see this from a lot of people that are like a little bit of they know a little bit of philosophy. They will go ahead and tell you like, oh, you gotta do the right thing, and then you ask them like, I literally said like, why? Because because it's the right thing, and I'm like, okay, but what about the but what about your desires?
Well, how do you know what's right?
No, what about your desires? Like at one point, are you gonna be like, I wanna do, I need to do these, but I wanna do this other thing, and then it's like, well, what do you wanna do more? And it's like, well, maybe I wanna do this other thing more because it feels better. It feels good, and it's like, and at that point it becomes an actual morally dilemma. If only you are the one that comes with the thing that is good, why is the thing that feels good not good? Because it feels good,
right?
And this is one of the reasons why Christianity gives you a lot of moral justification. Like, hey, you are more than just this thing that feels good. You have to do the right thing because you are more. You are partaking in the essence of God. So, and there is the idea of the future, and you have all of these other stuff going on around you, not only that thing that feels good right now.
Yeah, that's a quandary to get people pulled away from that, because if they've been taught that their whole lives, it's really hard to unseat that throne in their heart.
Yeah.
You got to have like a full ego death or something and realize that the world isn't what you think.
But then again, it's like, why would you have that, right?
Yeah, that's why it usually takes rock bottom for people to realize, Emmett, right?
It usually takes rock bottom. I agree with that.
Yeah, it sucks. Really sucks. But
And
guess what?
and I
If they
don't
can
think
reach
there's
rock bottom
and I
and
don't
come
think
back, they're better for it.
well, it's like death, right?
Yep.
It's like the idea of like even when it comes to the resurrection of it, it's like you have to die to you
Right.
so you can
Die
live.
to yourself. Mhm.
Yeah. So
You
it's,
have
it's
to.
the same it's the same propositional idea.
Yep.
Now,
All right, here we
when
go.
it comes to kids, by the way, we do have
Yes.
a responsibility to the kids. So
Absolutely.
this needs
That's
to be
why
addressed.
That's why it's setting my teeth on edge. It's why I'm very angry internally. I feel like mad rage right now. Like profound anger at this situation, actually. All right.
Radical, extreme, anti-American. They vilify billionaires, vilify successful people. They vilify anybody who deems to hold true to the oath that we need to have law and order. It's unbelievable. They treat dissension and disgust towards superiority, meaning like law authority figures, like law enforcement. It is abominable with a capital A. You think that's bad? Take a look at this. Mothers in Portland, Oregon are taking their kids to active anti-ICE riots at the local building. One 7-year-old girl and a baby were hit with gas. So you can hear
Oh
her
my
say, "It's burning
gosh,
my eyes,"
dude.
and one like Antifa protester or whatever is sharing, trying to pour water on her face and saying, shake it, and this poor. I mean, what kind of demented, demonic, ghoulish, soulless mook can you be to take your young kids? It's like, hey kids, whatever happened to like, hey kids, you want to go to the mall? Or hey, how about we go to In-N-Out? Let's go grab a burger and a shake. Whatever happened to like normalcy? I mean, this is insanity.
Representative, what is your message to the people here today?
Stay on the street. Stay on the street.
They're on federal property right now. What would you?
Stay on the street. Stay
Okay.
on.
What's your message to ICE agents?
I say we don't want you in Los Angeles, and we thought you had sense enough with the president to start getting out of Minneapolis. But I guess
Oh
you
God,
have
I
no
hate the
sense.
fucking
You don't
flags.
understand the power of the people. We are not going
Oh
away.
my gosh.
We don't want you in any of our cities in this country.
Like I don't care
How is that
who
woman
you are
still alive?
and be in power. I really
She looks like she's 500.
500.
Like,
She is 500.
what the shit? Oh my gosh.
We're gonna fight you every inch of the way.
What's your message to Donald Trump?
Donald Trump.
This is, by the way, I want you all to put this into perspective a little bit. This 500-year-old Klingon bitch is a part of that very government and fighting the government. Yes, she is definitely. She's James Brown after 500 years. This is what James Brown would look like if he continued to age for 500 years. That's what this is. And she incites violence. She incites issues everywhere she goes. She is a representative of that very government. And when Hillary was running for office, I don't know if any of you remember this, but when Hillary was running for office, she had the exact same rhetoric, if not firmer, than Trump currently has on immigration. And this woman supported her 100%. Imagine that. And yet, here she is telling everybody to stand against it. We don't want them here. We don't want immigration. We don't want people taken out. Funny. Because Trump ran against Hillary, and Hillary had the same takes Trump currently has. She stood with her for that. Interesting. It's almost like she's willing to change stances for the left, regardless of what those stances are.
As the
Because I
wind
guarantee you her
changes.
moral compass didn't change. She just goes with the flow. Whatever helps them win and keep control, that's all she wants. She doesn't care about you. She doesn't care about the immigrants or the illegals. She doesn't care. Just as long as she keeps power and income, just as long as she gets to direct the minds of people to do what she wants. That's all she wants. And remember, the left is the party that has vote blue no matter who. That's who this is right here on your screen. That's who that is right there. Yep.
You are absolutely the most outrageous, the most terrible, the most deplorable human being that I've ever met. You have no compassion for anybody. You have targeted.
Well, Maxine, all I can say to that is, if that is true, it takes one to know one, bitch. It takes one to know one.
This immigration, this migration, and you want to make MAGA people believe that you're all powerful and that you're going to see to it that they get these people of color out of the country. But they're attacking everybody.
I actually want to address that. I don't care what color a person is. Like, Emmett, my friend here, would be one of the people of color. I don't have any issues with Emmett, do I? No, not one. But if you're going to come here, if you're going to come here illegally, and you're going to break the laws to do it, and you're going to siphon tax money, and you're also going to commit crimes in your home country and my country, get the hell out. Just go home. You shouldn't be here if you seek to destroy what we have built. You're not them because you aren't them. It's freaking sickening that they do this and make it about race. It has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with the legality and the quality of the people. Maxine Waters is getting Pelosi's adrenochrome allocation and needs to keep coming. Yes, indeed. That's how she got to 500 after all.
Americans too. You see what they're doing up in Minneapolis. And so Donald Trump, we are going to make sure we're going to beat you.
Oh my God. It's like she's like the drunk aunt at every Thanksgiving family get together where you just kind of like tolerate her, and like every time she talks, everybody just kind of
She's the drunk single mom aunt at every event. Yeah.
looks at each other with awkward silences, like just never mind, just ignore her. Oh, it's so atrocious. We're gonna try to beat you. You're the most deplorable. Everybody voted for this. He ran on this. Over 80 million people voted for this. Every swing state, the popular vote. Everybody in America wants this. There's poll after poll after poll. Everybody, over 80% of Americans want this. You're so out of touch. What are you doing? You should be in a home. You should be far away from Congress. You have no business being in California, in Los Angeles. Be gone, Maxine Klingon. Here's the best video I'm going to share with you. This is a mother in Auburn, Washington. She's on viral after confronting her daughter's middle school for allowing students to walk out to protest ICE during class and unenrolling her, with many praising her and calling for federal funds to stop going to schools like this. This is magical. Watch.
This is my daughter's middle school being allowed to protest ICE agents disrupting traffic, having everyone honk. I'm pulling my child from school today.
This is wild.
This is unbelievable.
Get some rest, Smoking Spaceman. Thank you. Let's talk to you later.
I'm here to pull my child from the school right now. I'm here to pull Remington Gates from the school district. So you want to withdraw? Yep.
What a badass name, Remington Gates.
I can't believe my kid is in this environment right now. I'm blown away.
Remington
Can she be
Gates.
brought down to the office?
Remington. That's an awesome name.
I'm blown away. The mother?
Yeah. Well, so I can explain to you what we're.
This is disrupting traffic and my child's education.
Mom, can you sign her out and then I just need to double check.
I need to see my kid.
Okay, yeah, we have to.
Okay. When she's down here, I will see. Are you serious?
Because there's unfortunately some parental agreements where
Every time I bring it in, she doesn't check it because she knows me. That's interesting.
Okay, I just want to make sure Erica. We'll get it for you. We're just erring on the side of caution on this.
Yeah, this is it. What about the other side? What about my family?
We're erring on the side of caution, yet you're letting kids go out in the streets to protest ICE? Idiots. Freaking
As
idiots.
I was getting booed by every single student. By the way, I'm making that known. Because I didn't honk, I pulled up to make sure everyone was okay.
Could you please send Remington Gates to the office?
You want to come back and talk?
Absolutely not.
Wow, well, she's actually really based.
Yeah.
No, not yet.
I mean, we called for him and everything, though?
She's on her way.
Okay.
And then there's two people.
Will you go make sure? Who's your student? Just
Remington Gates,
Can you just
7th grade.
It's from stairs to here?
Absolutely.
Yep, Maddie.
And I want to be escorted to there because every single student booed me because I pulled up here, rolled down my window. Is everything okay? What's going on? To run into this, I didn't honk. I parked as soon as I walked up.
Oh man, that's
I'm
really
telling you
cool.
right now, this is going to be a huge problem, guys. I cannot believe that my child is in this environment right now. I'm ashamed and I'm embarrassed as a parent and as an adult. Wow, I thought my kid was safe here.
I mean, just imagine you are working a 9 to 5. You probably got all sorts of problems and stress. The one place you send your kids, school, there's adults there, there's supervision there, there's a board there.
Yeah,
There's supposed to be
exactly.
some
Mate,
structural
send them out to protest in public, but scrutinize a mom for disagreement. Yeah. And they're erring on the side. They're erring on the side of safety. Yet they're allowing children to go into the streets where they know ICE is trying to arrest criminals. So putting them in the middle, in the midst of operations. That's not safety, people. Thank you for the 5, Nate.
Thank you for 5, Nate. And yes, it's not safe.
architecture there that fortifies.
It's absolute stupidity.
There's a comment from Mr. Mr. My chat. It says, "This is what a woman's duty looks like." I agree.
I agree too.
This is exactly.
That's what mothers should be doing.
Mothers are yeah. What mothers do.
Being true to form, educational in nature, everything that they say it's going to be, and you find out that they get pulled out of school, pulled out of their learning to actually protest, fight, antagonize, stir up trouble against law enforcement officers simply doing their job. Democrats, this is an ad that needs to be. Is this who you want in power, in control of our government? Can you imagine if they win the House and they get a Senate seats again? Dare I say, in 2028 they beat J.D. Vance? Can you imagine what they're going to do? These ruthless, godless, soulless hypocrites, aka Democrats.
Yep.
How do we want to think about it? One thing I can say again, the benefit of ICE besides
Rest well, Nate. Thank you for being here.
Earth is they're exposing education, just like COVID exposed the lack of innovation, the lack of wherewithal, DEI. I've said it once, I've said it twice, I've said it a million times. DEI is the worst virus that ever afflicted modern society. This is another byproduct. And what makes it more dangerous is it's invisible. You can't see it, but it bleeds into the artery of every facet of our society. This is not America. This isn't best person for the job. This isn't the best person wins, regardless of race, color, creed, religion, ethnicity, etc. This is equal outcomes, not equal opportunity. I could go on and on and on. It's just going to drive me crazy. But like I said, I promised you I was going to end this on a little ray of sunshine, something really, really cool. This is a letter dated February 23rd, 1989 to Donald Trump at that time, our president, Donald Trump, which he posted himself from former Yankees general manager, George Steinbrenner III. Check this out. So Trump posted this himself, and you can see it's got the New York Yankees letterhead there, February 23rd, 1989. Mr. Donald Trump, dear Donald, saw you on Morton Downey the other night. He's a friend and I watch his show regularly. You were great. You tell it like it is. It is like I said to Stephen, you should run for president someday and get the whole damn thing straightened out. You were tremendous on the show. Warm personal regards. Sincerely, George Steinbrenner. Now, regardless what you think of the Yankees,
that's awesome.
George Steinbrenner, I know they all have their faults, but man, oh man, how clairvoyant. The forethought of that. He's trying to do it, George. God rest your soul. He's trying to, but these hypocrites keep stopping him. But guess what? We can help our president, who we voted for, who's carrying out the America First agenda. You can help him by tapping the thumbs up if you love America. Share this with everybody. We need to make common sense go viral, and you can help. We need to stop these abominations who are pretending to be educators when they are activists in educators' clothes. Decepticons pretending to help when they are fomenting and stoking the fires of division and hate, all byproducts.
I like the idea of Decepticons
with everybody. Don't forget to check out these videos coming up on my screen
awesome.
right here. Click them and then tap my face right here to subscribe and follow. It doesn't cost you a thing.
Here's something for you, Emmett. And this was a base take. I liked that was a good video there. Mr. And I also am subscribing to him. Here's something that I've seen recently, and it's the protesters and progressives, leftists are using the Rebel Alliance flag from Star Wars.
Yeah. This is not new. They've been using it for a while.
What's a rebellion, Emmett?
It's I'm not entirely sure what you mean, but it would be
kind of like an insurgency, right?
Yeah, an attack on the government, on the government as of right now.
Kind of like an insurrection, yeah, that's what that is.
Well, have you?
And they're using it as their symbol.
If you look at the new movies from Star Wars, one of the big problems I had with them is that the Republic won. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
So we should have a Republic-led empire right now. What happened to the Republic in 5 seconds of the first movie?
Gone.
And then the whole movie was about the rebellion again?
Mm-hmm.
So
because that's the thing about revolutions, they never stop rolling. They just keep seeking to rebel.
Yeah, what I found very, very interesting about all of that is that they're not even trying to convince you that that they're not the rebels or something like that. They are, and they're pretty much telling you, well, look what we are. We're the rebels. We love rebels.
Mm-hmm. Yep. In every possible way. Amazing. So
they're insane. These people are insane. People are actually insane.
Emmett, do you think we need to just suspend habeas corpus?
No.
Sorry, I couldn't resist.
Yeah,
the hat told me to.
You're trying me to be like, yeah, you're pro-war.
No, my hat told me to suspend habeas corpus again. That's all.
Okay, I agree with your hat then.
Listen,
let's go. Let's have a second civil war. Let's show these.
Listen, I'm just a product of the hat. Okay, that's.
Sure, Abe, sure. If you say so. If you say
Listen,
so.
if you're a product of the hat, put a hat in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Hats in the chats.
Have you ever seen Medicare?
Yeah,
You should get a hat for your hat.
I should get a hat from. I do have a hat for my hat. You ready?
Okay. You have another hat?
There's a hat for my hat right there.
Oh man, you're gonna have. You know what? When you come down to Utah, you're gonna have to bring that one.
I will.
Okay.
So we can stream in hats together.
Yeah, we're gonna do it. I'm gonna find
That'd be
a
so
way.
fantastic.
I'm gonna find a way to get us all into. We have like 4 or 5 different. Well, like no, not 4 or 5. I'm not gonna do the 5 different cameras. That's only for goth cuties. I don't do that.
No.
But
You were expecting a small hat, K2? No.
That's still awesome.
Saying. Enough hats to go around. I should start selling hats. I should open a shop for my channel and sell those hats.
Yeah, you sell
Top hats for all. And then we can have a hatters convention. It'd be fun.
That sounded like Hooters, and I'm not sure your wife is gonna be happy about a Hooters convention.
I said a hatters convention. Okay. Gosh.
Gosh.
This guy. This freaking guy.
Fucking guy.
Exactly. You got it.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
No, I don't think I did. Mr. Hold on.
What is Mr. sending you now?
I don't know yet. I have to look. In my Discord? Wait. Yes. Is it done? Okay. It's on my Discord? In which link? Or in the general or what? Okay. Oh. This one. Right. Copy. Paste. Okay. Let me share it. I'm sharing that. There. Boom. Breaking. Hackers just targeted the Stop ICE website and threatened to leak everyone's identities to the feds. Holy shit, it's actually happening.
Well, I didn't expect the hackers to be based.
Right?
Like everybody's just in the
As you can see here.
These guys, I guess.
We're not kidding. We sent your names, logins, passwords, and locations to a bunch of government agencies. Sherman Austin is a terrible coder. So are RC, Conception, and Matt Barron. It's so amazing. It's so amazing. Thank you, Mr. for that. That's good stuff. That is good stuff.
It's funny stuff.
Isn't it? I thought so.
Yeah, this is one of the funniest shit I've ever seen.
Yeah, that'd be awesome, Nate. Nate with the big 5. This year, I need to come fish in your area, Abe, at least an overnight. That'd be badass. Montana's pretty amazing. It can get real cold in the winter, but it's pretty amazing. Thank you, Nate, for the big 5. I really appreciate that. And are you streaming right now? Because I just got notified that dinner is done.
You got notified that dinner's done?
I did.
I just want to let everybody know, everybody that is in my stream and his stream, that this fucking guy, is gonna leave you all because he's gonna eat with his wife like a gentleman. Okay? He's gonna go ahead and be there for his wife and eat with her. You know what kind of simpy behavior is that? Imagine that, okay? Imagine that. Imagine what the kind of simpy behavior that this guy is experiencing by leaving all of you to go to his woman and eat. I want everybody to put in chat stern looks, like just the stern looks for these guys.
Yeah, stern looks for the man that's a father who eats with his children and his wife.
Yeah, just
and heads his house.
At 2 fucking a.m. That is the problem. To be fair, that is the actual problem. It's 2 fucking a.m. to be doing these stern looks in chat, please, everybody. It's a stern look.
Sometimes things get busy. Okay. If you only knew the other things that Abe does. If you only knew.
What were you doing that is so important?
Building an empire, Emmett. Building an empire.
That's right, because it makes sense. I agree.
I know you. You want the empire.
I want the empire. I am the empire.
Welcome to the dark side, Emmett.
Yeah, I am actually.
I know. You see this? Color matters.
The crown. That's the crown.
Yes, but red and black is very symbolic. Very symbolic.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he wants me to read his super chat. It says, keep on trucking.
Oh,
Jared, right. Emmett needs 24 cameras. Rebels are gay. A servitude for Helga.
Oh my god. And another big 5 from How Long Nate.
Go be a super simp and have family dinner.
Jeez, you freaking.
And then Elder with a good one. If I had a wife cooking dinner to him, I start making an empire.
Look. This dinner was made by my mother-in-law because she's staying with us.
Fucking yeah.
Yes. Okay. Look.
I can't get over that.
I'm gonna smack you. You know what? You are grounded, Emmett. You are grounded. I don't want to hear it.
I'm sorry that it's 2 fucking a.m. Okay.
Look, you're sorry. I'm sorry. Okay.
Like, I'm gonna do the thing that everybody does. It's very normal that we do it, and then it's like 2 a.m.
Look,
like 2 a.m.
Time is an illusion, Emmett.
Sure. That is the cope. I get it. It's fine, Abe. It's fine. It's 2 a.m. I agree.
You know when I normally stream, right?
I didn't know you were streaming today. It got me by surprise.
No, I said you know when I normally stream, which is always late.
Yeah, you stream. Well, we stream late. Both of us.
No, I'm not simping for my mother-in-law. It's dinner. I want to eat because I'm starving because it's 2 a.m.
Where are my fucking stern looks, okay? Jesus Christ, I need to do it myself. I need to fucking do it myself.
Holy shit. Okay, I'm going to raid to you, Emma. I got to set it up first, though. Hold on.
There is a stern look. Copy paste the people.
And all of you better make sure that you like and subscribe to Emmett. You hear me? Like and subscribe to Emmett. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Damn it. Damn it, Emmett.
Yeah.
What are you doing to me?
I'm making you the dollar.
You're making me laugh is what you're doing. Wait. Hold on. I gotta find it because I'm brain dead, it seems.
I can't.
You can't what?
You were thinking, oh my god, this is gonna sound so base. I'm gonna eat dinner with my wife. Everybody's gonna be.
I wasn't thinking anything. I was saying I need to go eat dinner.
Oh, come on! Don't come. Don't say things that you don't.
Do you really think I have hidden motives, Emmett?
Yes.
What? When have you seen me have hidden motives, Emmett? When?
Always. What you're talking about?
What are you talking about?
What are you
always.
talking about?
When?
Let me
name one time.
Let me channel my freaking what is this thing? My Canadian. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
When have you ever seen me have a hidden motive, Emmett?
You always have had hidden motives. That's why you would suspend habeas corpus and stuff.
Ooh.
Mm.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, now you don't know.
I don't even know what you're talking about. All right, chat. God bless you all. Have an incredible night. Make sure you remind Emmett that he's grounded.
Just
have a good
like
night. God bless you. That's right. And shit. And shit.
Shit.
You're grounded in shit.
You're grounded at shit. All you gotta do is be like, yeah, you're grounded at shit.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, God bless you. Have fun at Emmett's. I will see you later.
I'm gonna leave.
Okay, fine. Leave.
Bye.
Peace.
Okay, I can do something else, but not that. Oh, this is what I think. Am I got a game clip? I got a game clip that's funny as fuck. Yeah, send it. I love you. Oh fuck! I forgot that. I forgot that I love you. I should have said it. Now you're making me feel bad. I didn't say I love you. I didn't say I love you. Fine. Good night and God bless. Thank you so much, Abe Dinkus, for that. I was gonna go ahead and just continue watching this again. I have a manure debate tomorrow. So I'm probably gonna head and watch it for a little while and actually look at that. But there's another thing that I can just look at. Is it actually gonna show up here? No. I don't want to do that. Really? It's not gonna show? Go ahead and... Oops. I call it vid. Okay, let's watch it.
Guys, I'm gonna have to kill myself. Oh, bomb going out.
I just heard a child announce his own suicide bombing.
Dude, I didn't want to say anything. That was fucking wild to hear.
Guys, I'm gonna have to kill myself. Hope I'm going out.
I just heard a child announce his own suicide bombing.
Dude, I didn't want to say anything. That was fucking wild to hear.
Alright, that was funny. Am I muted? I'm not muted. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, Minar is gonna get destroyed. That is the idea. At least that's my idea. I still have to do the full opening statement. I have ideas of how my opening statement is gonna go. I don't have it done completely. But to be honest, it's not gonna be a hard debate either. Now, I know everybody's gonna be like, oh, but Emmet, you gotta be... You cannot be this way. You have to be able to understand it. Yeah, I know. I treat them all seriously. Okay, this is gonna be a serious debate. So I'm watching Trent versus him again, so I understand what he's gonna go. The prompt is what creates a better economic system, Islam or Christianity?
Between Christianity and Islam, Christianity has completely failed all societies. Christians themselves, they concede that Christianity is not a legal enforcement rule of law. It doesn't they've conceded all their arbitration and law enforcement completely to the state. And honestly, now I don't know what Christian am I debating. It depends on the Christian that I'm debating that I need to sit there and argue. And I've actually asked this guy what Christian he is. He said he's an inquirer. Does that even mean that he's a Christian? I don't know. But if I'm debating a Catholic, for example, these guys accept by disagreeing with their old laws, by disagreeing with their Bible, without referencing any verses from the Bible besides that, I guess Jesus loves. They allow, for example, the Catholics allow LGBTQ community, and they try to treat you with kindness. And these laws are actually applicable, that we should treat them fairly as well to the LGBTQ. Do we talk to the old Christians? The old Christians that claim to be Orthodox, before the reformation of Christianity, these guys believed that you can't even give inheritance to a woman. There is no New Testament verse that tells you this is how much inheritance you give to the woman. Vice versa, you go to Islamic rules and the Quran, go to An-Nisa, the woman, the chapter of the woman, it gives you exactly the cutout of every single situation. If she has...
The only good thing about this debate, one of the good things about this debate, is that we both have an accent, and I think his accent is worse than mine. I might be wrong. At the end of the day, it's an accent, and they all suck. But I really think his accent is way worse than mine, and the fact that he has a way worse accent than mine actually plays for me. Okay, that's my cope. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm not gonna go. I have a specific plan when it comes to him, that I'm gonna just accept one of his arguments by default. Like, I'm gonna be like, yeah, okay, I agree with you. This is true. And then he is gonna have a hard ass time trying to defend that position after that, which is gonna be funny for me. It's gonna be one of the funniest shits I've ever done in debate. I hope people that watches that get to learn a little bit of how to do it, because I see a lot of people unwilling to compromise at any point, and sometimes you have to. And once you do it, you can actually have a better position. You can have a better economic sense, better rebuttal than if you don't do it at all. Okay. So it's important that you do it and you understand it and you can get to that point. Oh, I got... Oh, Mr. Mister, thanks so much for the 50. Big 50. Thank you for that. And then for use your Canadian accent for the debate. Yeah, I'm gonna say, instead of saying about, I'm gonna say about every single time. About? But what about this? What about that?
If he had 6 sons and he had one...
So, first of all, thanks so much, Mr. Minister, for the 50. You didn't have to do it, but very, very much appreciated. And I will use a boot K2, I will be using a boot.
Daughter, she gets the eighth and whatever it is of certain wealth, and it gives the wife her own inheritance, whereas the Christian laws before Reformation didn't even give inheritance. Orthodoxy after Reformation started giving inheritance without following any legal structure or any verses from the Bible. So my point is, who am I debating? Am I debating the Catholic? Am I debating the Mormon? Am I debating the Presbyterian? Am I debating this guy who's here, who's an Orthodox before, but he's an Orthodox before Reformation of the church, not basically pre-1700s, or is it the one after 1700s? Because as an Orthodox, you have to agree, women are not allowed inheritance there is no scriptures in the New Testament that give you any inheritance to the women. What is the inheritance of the woman?
We are
in
not
Christianity. Exactly. So these are reformations that happen that the Christians apply to their laws and to their religion. And so it's very hard to actually follow. So now that I explained to you guys my issue with coming to this debate is I really didn't know what Christianity was representative of the true Christianity. Is it Catholicism? Catholics will disagree. They will even tell me they're not Christians. Is the representative of all Christianity? Is it the Orthodox Christians? Great Orthodox Christian is one of the smallest. It is a very fast growing denomination. It's one of the smallest denominations of all of Christianity. So it's very difficult for me to understand. So you have to take that with a grain of salt. So I'm going to come here generalizing. In general, Christianity took away rights from women. They did not give them rights. Islam came and helped with that. Women had extreme limitation in who they can marry, what they can marry,
it's
the
not
inheritance
based.
that they're allowed to
We
them.
don't see.
And until the Reformation, these are all.
This is good to know because he has a legalistic structure. So I need to be able to destroy the legalistic structure beforehand, because we don't see, Christianity doesn't see the idea of man and woman based on rights, right? We don't see the right of doing thing. We see the duty of doing thing. So when I see, I was talking to some guy the other day, and he was talking to me about him liking what the fuck is that? He really likes and enjoys. He's like a different kind of communist. So he was talking about communism. What he said is, well, I see a world in the future where we can actually be communist, right? We're gonna have all of the advancement, all of the different advancements of society, and thanks to all of the advancements of society, we're gonna be able to have all of the resources. And if we have all of the resources, I don't see a reason why we shouldn't be able to have to be I don't see a reason why we shouldn't be not Catholics. Damn it. I don't see a reason why we shouldn't be communist, because we're gonna have everything. And at the end of the day is very stupid. So when he makes this kind of with allegations where, I don't see where it is, the idea is I'm gonna have to make the distinction that we don't see things as right. So we didn't take any right away from women. We didn't actually take any right away from women because they don't have rights. They have duties in Christianity. And then we can talk about the different kinds of governments that we have. And over there, the government is still not seen as the grantor of rights, because that's not the way we look at it. We would look at as God as the one that's granting their rights, right? So he's the first thing that I'm gonna do is pretty much go a little bit over the two ideas of the law that we have. Not because I think he will understand them, but simply because I want to destroy this preemptively and just give whenever he says, well, you guys took away the rights, I can just say, we never gave them rights. They never had them. In our worldview, they never had rights to begin with. What they had was duties.
All happened afterwards, after the reformations, when women actually were allowed to vote, were allowed to actually, even though they were allowed to own land and stuff, it was very not representative of Christian cultures until after 1700s, and therefore before that they treated women like cattle. Christianity brought us an amazing inheritance of sickness, disease, ailments. You look at every Christian society coming up, the Roman Empire with some of the worst reputation of enslavement, of abusing people, of sacrificial rituals, and these were some of the first Greek Christians. And then we have the Christians afterwards with their destruction of the world, bringing in these crusades, maximum punishment, guys. But anyways, so now that you guys understand my stance on why I'm not sure exactly what Christianity I'm going to argue against, but Christianity has a really tough history. Now, let's actually dive in. Why is Islam better than Christianity? Why will Islam present better societies? Because Islam is a complete, not only moral, ethical structure, it's also a legal structure. It's a complete societal structure. It's a complete guide for all of humanity in every way. The law enforcement comes from the religious police. Why is that bad? Why do you want random ICE soldiers that show up from New York to come down to Louisiana and come and police your people? Isn't it better that these people are coming from your religion, they come from your culture, and they're enforcing your religious laws? That is the best way, that you don't have a random politician come and defile your society.
So these guys, I remember, this guy is pro. This guy's against ICE. I'm gonna have a field day with that part. It's gonna be interesting.
By stealing certain votes or buying votes, like what's happening in America. So Islam allows a structure of legal structure that is in coherence with the actual state. It does not devour straight from that, and it allows that to flourish. In Islamic society, marriage is incentivized. You see that Islam is enforced subtly. It's not enforced toughly. There's no coercion in the religion. Every person is allowed their religion. You come into the society, you either pay your jizya, you're a dhimmi, or you're a Muslim. You choose whatever you want. Nobody's gonna force you. You don't get to extra special punishments. Like, for example, if I was a Jew and I by mistake went to Judy, I'm living in Israel by mistake. Now I can't buy certain parts of the land. I can't purchase properties in certain areas. I can't work.
Oh, I'm just living there by mistake. Oh man, this is bugging people. Annoying. It's like a lot of disconnected rambles. He does have some points that are like connected to everything. It's just not always, right? It's not the basic, it's not the norm. Hey, watch Investigating Islam with Dr. J. Smith is good. Might be some good prep. I've seen this before, so let's see that. Investigating. Investigating Islam, J. Smith.
I'm going to do something that's unique. I don't think it's ever been done before. I'm going to be shutting down Muhammad tonight, and the Quran tonight, and Mecca. And I'm going to do it all free tonight using only evidence from the 7th century. From the century where this man lived, from the century where this book supposedly was revealed, and from the century where this city existed. So bear with me, that's an awful lot to shut down, and I've got to do it in 1 hour. So I'm going to ask that you don't look at me. I want you to look at the screens, because we're going to zip through this material. Put your pens down. You're not going to keep up. Stop talking to your neighbors. They'll probably be looking up here instead. And afterwards, because of the fact it's going to take a whole hour and probably a little bit more to do this, I want to hear what your questions are, but I can't do it from here. So we're going to shut down the meeting, and then I'm going to come back out here in the front. And if any of you have questions you want to throw at me, please do. But before I do want to introduce some books that my good friend George Saig, who's in the back. When you go to the foyer, please look at this book. This is the book that really confronts the Quran. It's by Abdullah Abd al-Fadi. The one I'm going to be talking about is this book. That's going to be on later on in the talk today. This is the #1 book that has really shut down the manuscripts of the Quran. I'll be talking about some of the Muslim objections, but this is by Claire Tisdale. This has been around for 100 years, and I don't know why I'm supposed to flog this, because this is me going through the British Museum, looking at the Bible as the alternative to the Quran. But this is a video, a DVD that helps you with that. So let's get right into the historical critique of Islam, a quick overview, emphasis on quick. So let's head on. What am I going to do? I'm going to look at 4 areas. I'm going to look at the problem with the sources, then I'm going to hit Mecca, go from there to Muhammad, and then from there to the Quran. We're going to end with the Quran because it's by far the most damaging material. Much of what I'm going to be introducing tonight, most of you have never seen before. And if you have, well, great, God bless you, because then you'll probably understand a little bit, but most of you, this will be new. What are the claims that the Muslims make concerning the standard Islamic narrative, S-I-N? Isn't that great, sin? We're going to shut down sin tonight. The standard Islamic narrative are their traditions. This is what every Muslim needs to know. Though every Muslim, whether they are radical or nominal or liberal, how they walk, talk, eat, drink, sleep, is dependent on those traditions, on the standard Islamic narrative. Now, they all believe, every Muslim would believe that Muhammad was the last and greatest prophet, born in Mecca in 570, died in Medina in 632. Modeled Islam.
Okay, this is very new. We can go ahead. Great prophet, Mecca, died in Medina, he modeled Islam, etc. I wanted to end this guy, but not in a polite way. Oh, damn.
Islam as a paradigm for the whole world and receive the Quran as his final revelation. Therefore, the Quran is his revelation, sent down between 610 and 632. It is the greatest, the only perfectly preserved revelation according to Islam, the final revelation, and it corrects everything that has gone before. Therefore, Islam, naturally, they would say, is their final religion based on Muhammad's life and saying, that's the Sunnah, and on the Quran's teachings. Conclusion? Well, obviously, they're dependent on three things: the book, the man, the place. And that's what we're going to confront tonight: the book, the man, the place. The book, the Quran, the man, Muhammad, and the place, Mecca. Since all three are foundational to Islam, without one of them, the others two fall. We should investigate all three, and we're going to do that tonight. But in the 7th century, and in the central part of Arabia, the Hijaz, where Mecca and Medina are placed. To do that, we need to start with the sources. Where are we going to go? Where did all these stories come from? Everything we know about Muhammad, everything we know about Mecca, everything we know about the book itself has to come from a source. Now, let's go and look at that source, because this will underline why there's a problem with everything else tonight. Now, to be that, I want you to look at this map. Here's a map of the Middle East, of Arabia. According to the standard Islamic narrative, Muhammad's empire encompassed that brown area. So look at the brown area. That's what existed in Islam up until 632 when he died. Then what they tell us is the Rashidun period came into existence. That's Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman, and Ali. The next four caliphs, they encompass that orange area. So there's the expansion moving out. And then you have the Umayyad dynasty, which is the first real big caliphate. According to them, that's the purple area. I don't care too much about the purple area tonight. I want to look at the brown and the orange area. Okay? That's the area I want to look at. So from Tripoli in the west all the way to Afghanistan in the east, from Turkey in the north down to Yemen in the south. Bear with me. Let's go to it. Now here's what they say. This is their narrative. This is not my narrative. They say that Muhammad was born in 570. The Quran was revealed beginning in 610. He then moves up and goes up from Mecca all the way up to Jerusalem, goes up to the 7 heavens, meets Allah, comes down, meets Moses, and finds out that he's to pray 50 times. Moses says, get it down. So he bounces back and forth between the 7th and the 5th heaven and gets it from 50 down to 30, down to 20, down to 10, down to 5 prayers. So that happens in 621. He then moves out of Mecca, moves up to Medina in 622, comes and takes over Mecca and defeats Mecca in 632, and then dies in 632. So that's the life of Muhammad according to their traditions. Once he dies, Abu Bakr takes over for 2 years. He dies peacefully. And then comes Umar, who takes over for 10 years. He does not die peacefully. He is killed. And then, of course, Uthman takes over, and he lasts for about 12 years before he is killed. But while he is there as the caliph, the Quran is finalized. So the Quran, the book we're going to look at tonight, was created. This book that I have in my hands right here is from Uthman. That's what every Muslim will tell you. And then when he is killed, Ali takes over, and he only lasts about 5 years before he is defeated there at the Battle of Siffin by Muawiyah. So, conclusion, Islam was fully formed in the Hijaz by 661. That's what they say. Do you all believe that? We'll say yes for now, okay? In about an hour, you can say no. But for now, let's just say yes. Go with me. Now, here's the question. Everything I've just told you, how in the world and where do you get it from? Well, you would hope that it comes from people that were actually living at that time, right? And from people who are actually living there, right? Eyewitnesses, like we have with Jesus. Matthew, he was an eyewitness. John, he was an eyewitness. You would hope the same thing would work with Islam. Well, let's go and see what we find. In order to know who Muhammad was, everything that we happened, everything that I just showed you, we need to go back to the sources for all these stories. Now, Muhammad dies in 632. The first source we get are what we know is his biography, known as the Sirah. So who wrote the biography? Somebody who knew Muhammad, right? No. The first one they claim who writes it down was Ibn Ishaq, who died in 765. That's 130 years after Muhammad. Is there a problem there, folks? Okay, you're coming with me. Let's continue. But we don't have Ibn Ishaq. We have to go to this guy here, Ibn Hisham. He is the one that actually writes down what Ibn Ishaq says, throws out most of it, and only retains what he likes. He dies in 833. After him comes Al-Waqidi, who dies in 835. That's what we know about Muhammad. Nothing from Ibn Ishaq. So let's just get rid of Ibn Ishaq. Whoop, there he goes. But that's not the only thing we have. That's not the only. We have an enormous amount of material on Muhammad, on what he says. This is known as the Hadith. And the sayings, these are the sayings of what Muhammad said. They were first written down by Al-Bukhari. Now look at his date, 870. You thought Ibn Ishaq was bad enough. This is 240 years after the fact. And after him, there's others like Sahih Muslim, Ibn Dawud, you have Tirmidhi, you have Majah, you have Abda, and you have Nasai. So those are the 6, what they thought authoritative hadith compilations that were put down. But look, they're all in the 9th and 10th century, right? And then you have two more genre of what we know as a standard Islamic narrative, the tafsir and the tahqiq. The tafsir would be the commentaries which explain the Quran, and then of course the tafsir, which would be the histories of all mankind up until Muhammad. First written down by Al-Tabari. Look at his date. He died in 923. Now, I'm putting in their death dates purposely, because everything was written normally within 20 years of their death dates. That's when they would be written. But it could be changed and continue manipulated all right up until they died. Notice, everything I've showed you doesn't even begin to get written down for 200 years. 200 years after Muhammad died, you get the Sirah, then you get the Hadith, another 240 years, and it's not till the 10th century that you even get the Tafsir and the Tahriq. Abdul Malik's name I'm putting up there because he's the first one to introduce us to anybody called Muhammad. Look, when he introduced that,
So it's the same problem. Like, all of the problems that people have with Christianity when it comes to the books, they actually exist in Islam. Oh man, there's nothing worse than the goddamn what's their name? The atheist. The atheists are the worst thing that exists and has ever existed. Like, they are the worst. Just the worst.
he introduces it in 692. Muhammad died in 632. You got 60 years before he's even introduced into the world stage. Does that bother any of you? But the Muhammad we're going to talk about, the Muhammad of Islam, that Muhammad was introduced by these people, the Abbasids. And they do so, they come to power in 749. The Muhammad that we look at is all their invention. And they had 84 years to finally get down his biography, and about 100 years to get down his sayings, and of course, the other two genres. So, Muhammad was revealed 84 years after the Abbasids created him, 141 years after he was first introduced, yet 200 years after he supposedly lived. These are all too late. Now, on top of that, let's take a look at the people that introduced him. Look where they lived. Everything we've been told, they say happens in Mecca, Medina. That's the Hijaz. That's the central part of Arabia. Those two green circles. Yet all of the writers of those traditions worked in Baghdad, which is 1,200 miles too far to the north. You have Ibn Hisham, who was born in Basra. He grew up in Cairo, but he did his work in Baghdad. Cairo is over 990 miles from Mecca. Basra is 1,200 miles from Mecca. You have Al-Bukhari, who writes the Hadith. He is from Bukhara, which is Uzbekistan. That's 2,600 miles away. Al-Tabari, who wrote the Tafsir and the Tahriq. He comes from Tabaristan, northern Iran. That's 1,700 miles away. None of the traditional writers lived or worked in Mecca or Medina. They were all too far to the north of Mecca and came from the west and east of Baghdad. All of these northern areas is where the Abbasids originated from. Are you starting to get the picture? There's a problem here. Everything we know about the man Muhammad, everything we know about the Quran, everything we know about Mecca comes from 200 to 300 years later and hundreds of miles further north. Too late and too far away. Okay, so you say, well, the same happens in Christianity. We've got the same problem. Do we? Let's do the same application. Let's look at our tafsir, let's look at our hadith. In fact, let's put the same genre that we've just looked at for knowing who the book, the man, and the place is, and let's apply it to Jesus Christ, because Jesus Christ also has a sirah. That's the biography of Jesus written by Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Am I correct? He also has a hadith. Those are the sayings by Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John when it's written in red letters. Every time Jesus speaks, that's red letters. So we also have the hadith of Jesus. We also have the tafsir. Those would be the commentaries written by Paul. Again, the commentaries of what Jesus was saying and doing, Paul then applied to Ephesus and up to Corinth and to Philippi. So that would be the commentaries. And then we also have the Tahriq, which would be the histories. That's the book of Acts, written by Luke. So you have the exact same four genres in Christianity that they have in Islam. Now let's apply the dates for all of them. And I'm going to take the most liberal dates I can find. I'm going to step on all of your toes. Please don't get mad at me. I'm doing it for a reason. So let's look at, first of all, the Tahriq of Jesus. The history of the early church, written by Luke. Between 52 and 62 AD, that's within 20 to 30 years, you already have the Tahriq of Jesus written down. When you look at the tafsir of Paul's letters, he was killed in 65 AD. He was writing within 15 years of Christ's death. So within 50 to 34 years, you already have Paul's commentaries, the tafsir written down. As far as the sirah and the hadith, the first writer to write them down would be Mark, 70 AD, that's within 37 years. You have Matthew and Luke coming right along, 80 years after, and then finally we end with John, who is the last to write the sirah and the hadith of Jesus. That's within 57 years. What that means is that within 29 to 57 years, all of Christ's hadith, sirah, tafsir, and tahriq have been put together. All of the New Testament writers lived in the same place Jesus lived, and they either knew him personally, like John and Matthew did, or they got the material from others who saw what he did and heard what he said, like Mark and Luke. You do a comparative between these two. When we compare these two different genres of literature, Christianity knows everything about the book, the man, and the place within 15 to 60 years. Islam has to wait 200 to 300 years. Which do you think is more authoritative? Look at the comparison, folks. Thank God we don't have that problem. As a comparison, if we were to depend on the sources for Jesus compared to what Muslims are dependent on for Muhammad, Jesus would not begin to appear until the 3rd century. How would we defend him? Yet no one's asking the same question of Islam until we are now going to do it tonight. So I'm going to make it one step further. Remember I just got done telling you that Ibn Hisham wrote the Sirah of Jesus and he died in 833 and that's 200 years after the fact? You heard me say that, right? I lied. We have nothing from Ibn Hisham. Nothing has been written that was written by this man in the 9th century. So where did this book, this is the book you all have to read. If any of you do any study on Muhammad, you have to read The Life of Muhammad written by Alfred Guillaume. This is the standard work that everybody has to go to. Where do you think it comes from? It doesn't come from Ibn Hisham. It comes from this gentleman right here, Heinrich Ferdinand Wustenfeld.
Heinrich Ferdinand Wustenfeld? What?
German scholar, an Arabist living in the 1800s, who for 2 years between 1858 and 1860 went to 4 different German cities, this is in Europe, to different schools and certainly different libraries, and he just started putting together everything he could find on this man named Muhammad. Put it together in that 2-year period and published it in 1860. That is the biography that all of you have to read, because that was taken by Alfred Guillaume, then translated first into French and then into English. Everything we know about Muhammad comes from that German scholar, and it's only 160 years old. The man who Muslims are dependent on to know who their prophet is or what he did is an elderly German linguist who wrote Muhammad's story 160 years ago, thus over 1,000 years too late. Can you imagine how they're going to defend this? How, if there's any Muslims here, how will you defend your prophet now? Looking how late everything is concerning what he did there in supposedly the 7th century. You can see the dilemma for scholars today. Their conclusions are Islam as we know it did not exist in the 7th century, but evolved over a period of 200 to 300 years. The Quran probably was not revealed to one man in 22 years, like Muslims tell us, but likely evolved over a period of 50 to 100 years. The conclusion, the history of Islam, at least from the time of the Caliph Abdul Malik, 685 to 705 and before, is a later fabrication. A later fabrication. Now, if that were the case, the problem is, well, what are we going to do? How is it? You can see what their concern is. They said, well, where do we need to go? Well, I would suggest let's go back to the 7th century. Since we can't trust the 9th and 10th century for what Muhammad was doing or what the Quran was in the 9th and 10th century, let's go back to the century Muhammad lived. Let's go back to the century if Mecca existed. And let's go back to the century that book was written. So let's start with Mecca. Why do I want to start with Mecca? You'll see why. Mecca is enormously important. Remember, Islam is dependent on 3 legs. You take out one of the legs, the other 2 collapse. So if you start with the book, the man, and the place for the 3 legs, if you start to confront Mecca, it starts to teeter. Once you shut down Mecca, everything else collapses. Because if there is no Mecca, then it doesn't matter who Muhammad is or what the name is or where you find him, he's not in Mecca, right? And if he's not in Mecca, then what Muhammad are we talking about? And it doesn't matter what Quran we're looking at, it's not from Mecca. If it's not from Mecca, bingo, then you've got a different Quran. So let's shut down Mecca first. Let's begin with Mecca and let's see what we can find. Now, this is what they claim. According to the traditions, according to the standard Islamic narrative, Mecca is where Adam and Eve are thrown down to. In chapter 7, verse 24 in the Quran, they're thrown out of the Garden of Eden down to Mecca. So obviously, this is the oldest city in history, right? You have to have people to have a city. And there's no one before Adam and Eve.
That would make
so it's
sense.
obviously the oldest city in history.
The oldest city would be, that's exactly what it would be. Now, do I know that it's the oldest city or do we have like an actual idea? I don't know. I don't know about that, to be honest.
It's where Abraham lived according to chapter 21 of the Quran, verse 51 to 71. That's 1900 BC, therefore it had to have existed then. Sorry, let's go back. It's also the center of trade, north, south, east, and west. So it should be one of the best known and best documented places in history. Now, it's also, according to the Quran, the center of history. But here's the problem. Open up the Quran and see if you can find that word Mecca in it. You'll only find it one time, in chapter 48, verse 24. So it's not a book, it's not a place that's referred to very often, except for once. It's the place of the prophet. So let's look and see what it says about the place of the prophet in the Quran. Well, that's the mother of all settlements, according to chapter 6. It's where Adam and Eve were cast to, according to chapter 7. It's where Abraham lived, according to chapter 21. It's where Muhammad was born. And it was also where Mecca became the center of the Qibla, the direction of prayer, according to chapter 2. Now, the above imply people have lived there from the very beginning. Yet the only reference we can find is chapter 48, 24. If it's such an important place, why is there only one reference? If you look at the traditions, which are written much later, they're written in the 9th and 10th century, Mecca now does exist. That's not a problem. But take a look at where it places it. Notice what the traditions say. This place of the prophet, which is Mecca, is in a valley and has a parallel valley. It has a stream. It has ruins of a pillar of salt right outside it. It has fields and trees and grass and fruit and clay and loam and olive trees. Folks, that looks like it's pretty verdant. Am I correct? Lots of vegetation, lots of water. Look at Mecca. There's no streams. There's none of these in Mecca, and there never has been.
So it pretty much says a valley, stream, pillar, salt, with fields, trees, grass, fruit, clean loam. By the way, salt was very important, especially in the past. I don't know if you really know about specifically the past, but salt was not normative. It was not a normative thing. So yeah.
Historically, it's never had water. So obviously, whatever the traditions are referring to, it's not the Mecca we know today. When you look and unpack the Quran, you look at it, you will notice that an awful lot of it refers to geographical locations. 65 geographical references, but only 9 places are named. And over again, it refers to these people from Ad. 23 times these people from Ad, that's the biblical Uz. 24 times the people from Thamud, that would be the Nabateans. That's 7 times the people from Midian, they're the Midianites. But take a look at the map and see where they're all placed. They're up in Jordan. Mecca is at the very bottom of the map. Do you see it down there? There's 600 miles. If this prophet were having daily contact with these people from Ad Thamud in Midian, he'd have to have a helicopter or a jet to get up and back in 1,200 miles in just one day. They didn't have helicopters back then. Can you see a problem, folks? Obviously, whoever this prophet is who's having this relationship with all these people either had to live up there or this is nothing more than fiction. When we look at the prophets, prophet after prophet, Adam and Eve.
Now, that is a big problem. Prophets are, specifically prophets, have a lineage, and they all are related to them. Well, first off, we all know that they were part of the Jewish, and they all have ties to they all are Aaronic, right? Because the prophets were able to go to the temple.
Seth, Ishmael, Noah, Hud, Saleh, Queen of Sheba, Daniel, they were all buried in Mecca. Over almost 300 prophets are buried in Mecca. Now, when they're buried in a kneeling position so that they continue to be preserved in that kneeling position. If that were the case, then they still should be there today. Am I correct? So look at all the enormous amount of building that's going on around Mecca. That building that you see there, that tower, is the 4th highest building in the world. When you look at it, you will notice all the buildings around it. You have to have huge foundations in order to build something that high. As they're building these foundations, they should have come across one prophet. They haven't found one, suggesting that none of these prophets were buried there. If the above were true, this would mean that almost all of the Bible would have to be rewritten, as all of our prophets are 600 to 1,000 miles further south. So when is the first reference you can find to Mecca? It comes from the Apocalypse of Pseudo-Methodius Continuato Byzantia Arabica, 741 AD. Muhammad died in 632, if he even lived. That's over 100 years later that we get the first reference of him. What about the maps? Is Mecca on any map? Ptolemy is the best source to go to because he wrote the geography of Arabia, and there are those who've taken his geography and put maps together, like Leinhard Holle in 1400s. Notice when you look at the map, Mecca is not there. Here's another.
So this is interesting because they're looking at old maps, and once again, we see these differences in the way, and cities, especially important cities like Mecca, should be in those maps. So it's in the 2nd century, at least, it's not there.
Another
right?
one put together by Laurent Fries in 1541. Notice Mecca's not there as well. Here's another one, putting what Ptolemy said, put together in 15.
Oh, by the way, this is Ptolemy, so this must still be by the Egyptians. So this has to be done by the Egyptians at the time, which I don't know if they had the Arabic Peninsula as part of their territory, but at least they should have known of the city, especially if it's such an important city.
And put together by Sebastian Munster. Same problem. Mecca just doesn't exist on any of these maps. Here's a 7th century map that has been redacted back to the 7th century. Do you see Mecca on it? I don't. Here's another one, redacted back to the 7th century. Can you find Mecca on any of these maps? Not one. So certainly Ptolemy didn't know about this place. When you look at the Qiblas, these are all the direction of prayers. Now remember, in chapter 2 of the Quran, all the Qiblas were directed to Mecca according to the Quran itself. Dan Gibson, who's done the best work on this, and he's gone through over 100 mosques, and he's gone through all the Qiblas, and notice what he has found. From the 7th century up until the 8th century, up until 706, every Qibla is facing Petra. Not one Qibla is facing Mecca. We're in the 8th century. We still can't find any mosque facing Mecca. It's not till 715 that the first mosque faced Mecca. What does that tell you? For 100 years, they never knew where Mecca was.
Oh, man. I don't have time to go through every single part of the destruction of Islam directly. I don't think I'm gonna be able to put these every single part of it. But it's cool that it's going to Petra, though. Petra seems to be an actual like that seems to be like a city that will be in the middle of everything. Mecca is way too far fucking away from everything. Oh, yeah. There we go.
In fact, look at where all these Qiblas are. They're right there in Medina, in China, in India, in Syria, in Egypt, in Israel, in Jordan, all over the world. And yet none of them seem to know where Mecca was. For over 100 years, they didn't know where Mecca was. Were they that inept? Or did Mecca even exist? Now we come to the trade route theory.
Mecca. I like his accent there. Mecca.
This is where Montgomery Watt has helped out the Muslims. He tried to help them out to show that you can find Mecca if you just look at the trade route. The trade went through Mecca. Now, the trade used to go this way, right up through the Persian Gulf, to Basra, across Iraq, across Syria, over into Lebanon. But then you had the Sassanians who started warring against the Byzantines. And for 200 years, from the 5th, 6th, and 7th century, they shut down the Persian Gulf because of these wars. So the trade had to be rerouted. So what Montgomery Watt says is they went from India. And remember, all the trade's coming from China and India. They can't go north because of the Hindu Kush and the Himalayas. So they come across the Arabian Sea. They come to Aden there in the south. And they go zip 1,250 miles up to Gaza in the north. Now notice Mecca's halfway. And so he said Mecca controlled that trade. And that's how Mecca became important. How many of you believe that? No one's going to raise their hands? You know why? Because I'm going to shut it down. But I'm not going to shut it down. Dr. Patricia Corona shut this down. This woman, Danish, read and wrote 15 archaic languages. How many of you could read and write 15?
What the fuck? Damn.
15 archaic languages. Probably the greatest scholar of her day. She just died a number of years ago. She was my authority. She was the one that helped me when I started my doctorate there in United Kingdom. And she looked at this map and she saw two problems. Let's see if you see the same two problems. This is the first one. She said, hold on a minute. If you're taking all the goods off in Aden and you're going up along what we call the Western Plateau where the oases are, you'd have to go up to Taif. And then from Taif, you have to go down to Mecca, 3,000 feet. And then from Mecca, you've got to go back up to Yathrib. And then from Yathrib on up to Tabuk, Khaybar, and then on up to Gaza in the north. Do you see a detour there? Can you see the detour? Let me emphasize exactly why she's saying this. Let's look at this topographical map and let's just put these cities that are on.
Yes. The topography of the peninsula is insane. It is the actual topography is insane.
The trade route. There's Aden.
Petra, which means rock. Yeah, I was thinking about that too.
There's Sana, there's Najran, there's Taif, there's Yathrib, Tabuk, Petra, and then on up to Gaza. You notice they're all on the Western Plateau. Are you seeing that? Can you see it from this topographical map? So where's Mecca? Bingo, right there. 3,000 feet down from Taif. Let me give you another map. Here's another one, a topographical line map. There's Aden, there's Sana, there's Najran, there's Taif. Now you can see Yathrib, there's Tabuk, Petra, and Gaza. So where's Mecca? Bingo. Now can you see? It's way off the Western Plateau. It had no water. Why would you go from Taif down 3,000 feet to a place that had no water and no food for your camels, and then come back up 3,000 feet to get up to Yathrib? So that was the first problem. But here's the second problem. She said, why in the world would they even get their material off in Aden and go 1,250 miles by land when they have a waterway on the left? Why wouldn't you just stay on ship?
Yep, you just stay on ship. That's the whole point. And the reason why you stay on ship is because you want it to go all the way down and then up all the way. No, it is way. Ship navigation has always been cheaper than land navigation, and this is not new. This has always been the case. Always been the case. One of the good things about ships is that you can transport a lot more, and it's a lot less manpower consuming, even if it doesn't seem that way. It is. Thank you, Jared, for putting on my stuff.
Even today, look how all our goods are sent all over the world. They're sent by ship, are they not? It's the cheapest.
Yes, it's just cheap. It's just the way that it is. It's fucking cheap.
Way to send anything. And you've got the Red Sea there on the left. So why didn't they go on the Red Sea? Now, she's clever because she reads and writes 15 languages. She went back to all the trading documents from the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, all the way up to the 7th century, something no Muslim has ever done. And she wrote a book called Meccan Trade and the Rise of Islam in 1987 and got death threats because of what she found. This is what she found. She said, when you go and watch the trade, it comes across the Arabian Sea over to Aden. Yeah, it did stop in Aden. They would get provisions there, but it did stop there. They wouldn't take off any goods there. They would go up into the Red Sea. They would go to Agilis, and she found Agilis over and over again. And then from Agilis, went up the Red Sea, on up to Petra, and then from Petra to Gaza, and then from Gaza right across the Mediterranean world. That's what she found. But she didn't go far enough. That was in 1987. We have found something else. See, what she didn't realize is what part of the Red Sea and what side of the Red Sea did they go up? To do that, you need to look at topographical maps from space, and you need to see where the channels are. Do you see the dark blue line there, right in the middle of the Red Sea? There, I'm going to put a red line on it so you can see it even better. That's where the big ships go today. But back in the 7th century, they didn't have big ships. So where did they go? They went where the orange lines are, the golden lines. Those are the channels that the boats use. Notice they're not on the Arabian side, they're on the African side. Am I correct? So, Unlike the East Arabian shore, which was arid and dry with no fresh water and thus few people, the West African shore had plenty of fresh water and had larger populations. What's more, the West Coast had easily accessible ports. We know their names. Here they are. The ports along them are Asab, Agilis, continue on Suakin, Berenice, and Safaga. Look at the dates. They all...
Berenice. That's a good one. The invention of the train. No, even today, and even the invention of the train doesn't change the fact that the most cost-effective way of sending anything is still through boats. Sea gliding is just way more cost-effective than anything that has to be done on land, and this is because of I was gonna say fraction, but it's not. It's not fraction.
predate Islam. Notice they're all
remember in a moment.
1 day's boat ride apart. So they would go in every night to shelter. These have been around since the 3rd century BC. On the Red Sea side, I'm sorry, on the Arabian side of the Red Sea, the only port that we know of is called Yanbu, which supported Yathrib. So what about Jeddah, which supports Mecca? Muslims have always asked me, well, then didn't Jeddah exist also? Dr. John Halting, who is a world authority on Jeddah, wrote his book on it. And if you look at his book, he says Jeddah did not exist until the 8th century AD. It was created because Mecca was created. Mecca had no water, therefore it needed provisions. That's why they created Jeddah. Therefore, since there was none, let's get rid of Jeddah and Mecca. Boom, they go off the screen. Without Jeddah, without Mecca, what happens to Islam? A big red X.
The other problem is that if it's such an Asian city, it had to be part of the, like, it just had to be one of the main points of contention from the old world. Well, now pipeline, but the infrastructure cost once paid for is cheaper, but I'm not in disagreement with what you're saying. Well, now pipeline, well, pipeline is different, right? We're talking about things that can be sent through a pipe.
Well then, what about the civilizations? Maybe they knew about this place. So let's ask, and Dr. Patricia Conan went around, she asked this question. If Mecca was the oldest city in the history of mankind, someone somewhere should have heard of it. So she went and she looked at all the empires to see what they said. Now remember, she reads and writes 15 languages. So she read everything in its original tongue. The Assyrians, she found nothing about Mecca. The Babylonians, they knew nothing about Mecca. The Roman Empire knew nothing about Mecca. Neither did the Persians. What about those closer to it?
The Romans should have known about it.
Much more.
They had. There's one more that should have known about it, and he was planning an invasion on this area, and that is the Greeks, and especially the Macedonians, which Alexander, because the thing that he was trying to go back to when he went back to Babylonia, the next big war that he was planning was to conquer the Arabian Peninsula.
Much closer, like the Nabateans. They knew nothing about Mecca, and the Sabaeans knew nothing, and neither did the Himyarites, or the Azdis, or the Kindas, or the Kedarites. None of these people, including the Nubians right across the Red Sea, none of them had heard of Mecca.
The Nubians are important as well. They're if you know anything about the Nubians, specifically, you know that they are like extremely important. By the way, let me go ahead and turn this up. So we obviously got the goal and more. There's 2 free songs for the next karaoke, which is going to be next week. Let me go ahead and check this dono really fast. Thank you so much for the dono, by the way. Thank you very much for the dono. And it says nothing, just showing support. Thank you.
Not one word. All the way up until the 8th century. What does that say about Mecca to you folks? If it is the center of history, if it's the oldest city in history, if it's where Abraham lived, if all the trade now, north, south, east, west, is going through it, why had no one heard of it? Well, what about the other cities that were in that area? Let's ask and see if they are, because there are a lot of cities in that area, or towns, not really cities, they're hamlets. And let's see if history knows about them. Let's look at Najran, which is about 400 miles south of it. It's a small little town. But Strabo talks about it, Pliny the Elder talks about it, Ptolemy talks about it, Aretas, all of it, it's well known. What about Sana and Taif and Yathrib and Khaybar that are right near Mecca? Yes, they're well known. The Greeks talk about it from the 6th century BC, they refer to these places. Mamre, Pliny has a whole book written on the history of it. Petra Zukowski has written an entire book on the history of Petra. Maghrib, where Muhammad Marakdan has written another history on it. Why?
Hello, Paige. How you doing?
Why are all these insignificant towns referred to, but none of them, not one of them, refer to Mecca? I'll tell you why. To know why, take a look at a map and you'll see why. Look at those 4 maps. Those are 4 topographical pictures of Arabia. What do you notice about Mecca and Medina? Well, the central part where Medina and Mecca are is the desert, right? Where there's the desert, there's no water. Where there's no water, there's no food. Where there's no food, there's no people. Where there's no people, there's no towns. Where there's no towns, there's no cities. Where there's no cities, there's no civilization. Where there is no civilization, there is no history. It's as simple as that. How long did it take me to say that? 10 seconds. And you can do the same. You have to have water, folks. If there's no water, there's no history.
Yeah, without the water, it's impossible to get it. Yesterday, well, no, was it 2 days ago? I was with Paige, and we relived one of the greatest moments of last year that I completely forgot about, and it was the crash out from Base Streaker. I'm not gonna say that it was completely bad. I just rewatched it, and it's awesome. So I want to go ahead and give this moment to say thank you to Paige. Because yeah, you gave us one of the best moments of last year. Thank you.
That's why it was called Patria Deserta by the Romans. It's always been a desert.
Deserta.
That's why none of the prophets could have come there.
What did you unsub from Kieran, K2?
Nobody has ever heard of it. Just like Mars without water, there's no point even going there. But we have to go there.
Yeah, we have to go there. You're gonna go there.
Let's go to the Hajj, because the Hajj is where you need to find out if the Hajj has been there from the very beginning.
Look at that bullshit. Look at that fucking bullshit.
Then it should be also archaic.
You know, that reminds me of Scientology for some reason. It's like, we have the thingy thing.
It should be the center of history. Am I correct? When you go to the Hajj and
System crash helped to get him back on YouTube, so I cannot take all the credit, but yeah, that was fun. I was talking about his crash out. I don't think he had a crash out this time. I'm still mad that he said that he was going to come to my channel and we're going to have a talk about what happened, and he was going to give me the tea, like from his mouth, and then he just decided to crash, to double crash, because I don't know if he truly understood what I was referring to when I was talking to lower class, but he went to Jess White, had a crash out on Jess White channel, and then he went to lower class and had another crash out in lower class channel, and those two were fine, but I wanted my crash. You know, friends, I'm just gonna say it, friends crash out with friends. Emmet, we need you to write more Scientology. Your polarities is off the chart. Yeah, I remember got his name from Bill Higgs Base Tweaker. Yeah, it was a good one. I mean, well, though his crash out was a bit more intense at the time, but now everyone is like, Tweaker was right. We are, you are, no. No. But I understand where you're coming from, okay? I'm not gonna crash out on anybody right now. It's fine.
Those of you who can't go because you're not Muslims, but you go and you circumambulate that square building called the Kaaba 7 times. Why do you circumambulate 7 times going counterclockwise? Good question. I'm going to tell you. To do that, you need to go to Petra. Petra also has a Kaaba that you circumambulate 7 times going counterclockwise. Why does it have a Kaaba? Well, you need to go to this city. Do you recognize it? Jerusalem. You've got to go back to Jerusalem that also have a Kaaba. Remember, Kaaba means square in Arabic. It also means square in Hebrew. And the Kaaba in Hebrew was the Holy of Holies. And the Jews would circumambulate it 7 times going counterclockwise because of Jericho. God told them to do it 7 times going counterclockwise. They still did it as a pilgrimage to Jerusalem. Therefore, the Kaaba that was in Mecca comes from Jerusalem. It gets better than that. After they circumambulate 7 times, they then run back and forth between Safa and Marwa, the 2 mountains that are there. Take a look. Do those look like mountains to you? They're only about 20 feet high. You can climb on them as kids. Those are not mountains. Those are rocks. They're called Marwa and Safa, and the Muslims run back and forth 7 times. Why? Because Hagar is in the desert. She's thrown out of Mecca by Abraham, who's living in Mecca. She runs out of water. She needs to find water for Ishmael. She runs back and forth 7 times between 2 mountains. Folks, those don't look like mountains to me. In fact, hold on a minute. They're only 100 feet away from the Kaaba, which is in the center of Mecca. If she's out in the desert and she can't find water, then what is she only doing 100 feet away? Why don't she just knock on any door and get some water for the neighbors? Can you see there's a problem here, folks? This is not the original Marwa in the original Safa. This is nothing more than a facsimile. This is nothing more than when you go to Las Vegas, you'll see an Eiffel Tower there, right? That's not the original Eiffel Tower. You'll see a pyramid there. That's not the original pyramid. They're nothing more than facsimiles. That's what you're looking at. So where is the original Marwa in Safa? It's not, though some people think it's in Petra. You need to go to Jerusalem. Go to Mount Moriah, where the Temple Mount is. What is the name for Moriah in Arabic? Marwa. You go down to the Gidron Valley and go back up to Mount Scopus. That's what the pilgrims all did. And what is the name of Mount Scopus in Arabic? Safa. So the original Marwa, the original Safa are in Jerusalem. God bless the Muslims. All they did was plagiarize.
Yeah, this is a lesson in Musi history, Emmet. Yes, since I'm debating the Musi tomorrow, I just want to go ahead and check what they have to say about the Muslims.
Everything is plagiarized in Islam. When you look at the Hajj, you can see that the Kaaba is plagiarized. You can see that the Safa and Marwa are plagiarized. You can see that the Hill of Arafat, I don't have time to get into it, that's plagiarized. You can see the Jamarats where they throw 49 stones. Why 49? Because it's a multiplication of 7, which is the holy number in Judaism. They've just plagiarized from the Christians. You look at the Zamzam well, that is the same thing, the same word that is used for the well there in Siloam, the pool of Siloam in Jerusalem. And then we get to the black stone. Thank God this is not plagiarized. What in the world is the black stone doing there? On the eastern corner of the Kaaba. Every Muslim, as they circumambulate, they kiss the stone so that they can get.
Did anyone notice Dusty is gone after wanting to box Marte? It's not gone. You mean the powder Dusty? Oh, he got banned? He might have gotten banned. No, it is. Yeah. He was live a little while ago. Yeah, he probably did that one. He's not blocked. Yeah, Dusty is blocking people lately. No, it's not gone.
Get their sins forgiven. Who can forgive sins but God? This is idolatry, folks. And it's at the very seat of Islam. The very center of Islam is based on idolatry. If Muslims say God is one, then what's that stone doing there? That does not come from Jerusalem.
Maybe the Elise is still wondering why on earth he clipped parts of Marte video in recent music video. That was yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and say that that is one of the few things I am not gonna look for or watch or defend or do anything. I'm gonna stay away from that one. Cool. Just gonna stay away from that one. Altogether.
And I'm going to do it all three tonight using only evidence from the 7th century. From the century where this man lived, from the century where this book supposedly was revealed.
No.
And because it's a multiplication of 7, which is the holy number in Christ. You need to go to Jerusalem. Go to Mount Moriah, where the Temple Mount is. What is the name for Moriah in Arabic? Marwa. You go down to the Gidron Valley and go back up to Mount Scopus. That's what the pilgrims all did. And what is the name of Mount Scopus in Arabic? Safa. So the original Marwa, the original Safa are in Jerusalem. God bless the Muslims. All they did was plagiarize. Everything is plagiarized in Islam. When you look at the Hajj, you can see that the Kaaba is plagiarized. You can see that the Safa and Marwa are plagiarized. You can see that the Hill of Arafat, I don't have time to get into it, that's plagiarized. You can see the Jamarats where they throw 49 stones. Why 49? Because it's a multiplication of 7, which is the holy number in Judaism. They've just plagiarized from the Christians. You look at the Zamzam well, that is the same thing, the same word that is used for the well there in Siloam, the pool of Siloam in Jerusalem. And then we get to the black stone. Thank God this is not plagiarized. What in the world is the black stone doing there? On the eastern corner of the Kaaba. Every Muslim, as they circumambulate, they kiss the stone so that they can get their sins forgiven. Who can forgive sins but God? This is idolatry, folks. And it's at the very seat of Islam. The very center of Islam is based on idolatry. If Muslims say God is one, then what's that stone doing there? That does not come from Jerusalem. To understand that, I'm not going to go into it because I see I'm running out of time. I need to keep going. Look and go up on Fander Films. We've got all of it up there. We're now unpacking all of this material so you can see it. So can you see? No one could find Mecca place in the Quran. Crone pretty much debunked the trade route theory. Gibson debunked the Qiblas. Crone also debunked Shina.
Did you make a strongest willed person do weird stuff? Okay. I mean, yesterday I randomly saw Emmett doing karaoke and was like, what the heck? I'll sing a song with him. It was in the middle of night. Yeah, he says so much F up stuff. Does anyone listen anymore? I don't. You mean to Flow State? No. Well, I have a debate. I want to debate with him. I do want to debate with him. So hopefully that happens, and we'll see what happens with that.
Not only debunked that, but she also debunked the maps, and then we debunked the base of the trade route going through the Red Sea, and then of course the 5 stages of the Hajj. Though Mecca has existed since Adam and Eve in Surah chapter 7 verse 24, there is no evidence of it anywhere until 741. And everything we now find in Mecca, we could find previously in Petra, and now even earlier in Jerusalem. You ready for Muhammad? What do we know about Muhammad? Well, last and greatest prophet according to Islam, modeled Islam for the world, received the Quran, has a final revelation. Everything we know about him we can find in the Sirah of Ibn Hisham, but as I now said, it looks like that comes from a German scholar named Wustenfeld. And the Hadith of Bukhari, we don't have anything from al-Bukhari until the 11th century. And the 8 of his 9 volumes don't appear to the 16th century. The same problem we're having with the Quran, we'll get to that in just a bit. Now, is he referred to in the 7th century in the time period he supposedly lives? If he did exist, someone should have known about him, right? Or said something about him. So what we need to do, let's start with the coins. Because the coins, if there's any caliph coming to power,
it's not a tattoo. It's a goth symbol, okay?
Or the first thing a caliph will do, or a king will do, will mint coins with his name on it, his image on it, and also what denomination he belongs to, what religion he belongs to, and the date of the coin, right? That's what they all do in those ancient days because they didn't have newspapers, they didn't have TV, they didn't have radio. They knew that everybody would touch coins. So let's see where the mints are. According to Islam, everything that the caliphs did was in Medina, which is in the south there in Hijaz. But when you look at the mints, notice where all the mints are. The mints are all up there in Syria, Jordan, and Israel today. Those are the Western mints. What about the ones in the East? They're all in what is today Iran and Iraq. There are no mints whatsoever where they're supposed to be. All the coins were minted too far north. Did I not say that earlier, too far north? What's interesting is, when you look at the coins themselves, the conclusion is none of these mints were in the Hijaz, and instead they were too far north, possibly because the Hijaz was a desert with no water, and where there is no water, you know the rest of the story. Let's then look at the coins, because the coins were being minted by people.
I mean, I love 8-bit and 6-bit art. Yeah, the artwork is fine. The artwork is kind of fire. It's I'm a little bit sad that nobody has requested any, so I'm gonna be honest. I was like thinking, oh, this is gonna be something that people will probably want, just to have a thing that they can use whenever they want to go on cam. That it's not that it's easy to set up and they can just put it up and not be on cam and have something like represent them. But it's not a hit so far.
People who were living at that time, they were leaders. Notice that when you look at the mints, look at the coins from the 7th century, 620, 630, 640, 650, up until 661, you notice that almost all the coins are Christian. Look at the crosses on them. That's what you do. You put the cross in if you're a Christian. We can't find any coins whatsoever in the early 7th century that has anything to do with Islam, anything to do with Muhammad, anything to do with the Quran, or anything to do with Mecca. Not at all. So when we get to Muawiyah, who is the first caliph according to the Islam from the Umayyad dynasty, Muawiyah, the first caliph, look at his coins. He's supposed to be a good Muslim, right? But take a look. What does he have above his head? A cross. Take a look at the two that are on the right there. Look at the two bottom ones there. There's Muawiyah. He has a cross above his head. He's holding a cross in his hand. On the back side of the coin is the word Muhammad, which is Muhammad. That's the first reference to Muhammad anywhere, and that's 663. Possibly, is he Muhammad? No. What does Muhammad mean in Arabic? The praised one. So who's the praised one? Well, if he's holding a cross and he's got a cross, who do you think the praised one is? What's his name? Jesus. Thank you. Let's prove that. So let's go to an inscription that Muawiyah put down. This is an inscription by Muawiyah. There's his name. And he refers to himself as the servant of God, commander of the believers. And what does he have right there in the top left? A cross. So who is he a servant of God for? And what believers? Christians. He was a Christian, folks. All the coins say so. They don't lie. This is the 7th century. He rules up until 680, and then you have Abd al-Malik come to power in 685. Abd al-Malik is the one that we need to look at, because he introduces new coins that introduce the Shahada. La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah. There's only one God but God.
It looks like old trash video game graphics, respectfully. This one is like it was the first one that I made, and it does look a little bit not so good. But then I made this one, which is Abe's, and these are the ones that I'm actually selling. So you can have something like these. I made one for Confluence, which I think it look pretty nice. And then I have this one, which is a joke one that I made specifically. I think it looks pretty good. Mine is the one that doesn't look as good, to be honest. It was me trying to figure out if I could make it talk. And I thought it was pretty cool. And I still think so, even if it's not the best one.
Muhammad is nothing more than the servant of God. Remember, Muhammad is a title. It means the praised one, right? So what does he do? Because of he puts that up there, Justinian II goes to war with him. He's a Byzantine emperor. Abd al-Malik wins the battle, and he puts up this coin with himself as victorious. I didn't know you could put up images of yourself on your coins, not if you're a Muslim. So obviously he's not a Muslim. Obviously, this Muhammad that's there has nothing to do with him. It has everything to do with Jesus. Why? Just look at the Dome of the Rock that he built. Look at the inscriptions on the Dome of the Rock that he built in 691. When you look at the inscriptions, you will see they're all attacking the divinity of Jesus, his Christology, the Trinity, and his sonship. All of these inscriptions, saying not three, for God is one and he has no son. For truly, God does not beget, nor is he begotten. One is in chapter 4, verse 171 of the Quran. The other is in chapter 112. These are all attacking Jesus Christ. And then you get, for truly, there is only one God but God. And the praised one, so who's the praised one? It's all about Jesus, right? So the praised one is nothing more than the messenger of God. He was an anti-Trinitarian Christian, attacking the Byzantine Christianity. Why? Because they're his greatest threat as the other superpower of his day. He then introduces this coin. This is my coin. I bought it now. And all of it is attacking Jesus Christ. Folks, this is the beginning of what later became Islam. All started by this man, and it was all to confront Jesus Christ. It's all against our Lord. The coins don't lie. If you want to go to the inscriptions that find the exact same thing. They're found in the north, they're found in the south. None of them are found in the middle. Why do you think they're not found in the middle? Water. There's no water. There you go. Boy, you learn fast. Ilka Lindstad is the one who dated he was the one that looked at the rock and the inscriptions, and he looked at the 100-year period between 640 and 740, and he noticed that all these inscriptions, which are written in Arabic, they do have formula, but it's nothing to do with Islam. It's pious formula, which has much more to do with Christianity. It's not till 690 to 710 that the Prophet Muhammad is introduced into these inscriptions. Muslim rites such as pilgrimages, prayers, and fasts are introduced by about 720, and Muhammad as a man and the people called Muslims and the religion called Islam are not introduced until 730. That's over 100 years after Muhammad, if Muhammad even existed. It was only in the 730s onwards that there is evidence of popular devotion to a man named Muhammad as a prophet and messenger, which makes the Islamic traditions incredibly awkward. There is 100-year silence prior to this that indicates that Islam did not exist as a distinct religion until long after the time of Muhammad, which cast doubt on whether he had any part in starting Islam. I'm going to go through these real quickly. I just want to show you, what about the references to Muhammad in the 7th century? There are major references. There are 4 of them. Only the 4 references. Take a look at every one of these references to Muhammad in outside sources. Take a look. He is known as the Tayyaye de Muhammad. Muhammad the Tayyaye. Who are the Tayyaye? They were Lockmans. They lived in Iraq. So obviously the praised one is from Iraq. Look where Iraq is on a map. It's over 600 to 1,000 miles further north. What about in 636, the Arabs of Mahmud, which is in Yarmouk? Where is Yarmouk? It's north of Israel. So obviously, this is way too far north. Muhammad never went to Israel. I don't remember him ever being to Iraq. 660, Sabaeus talks about the Ishmaelite called Mahmud, who was aligned with 12,000 Israelites. First of all, that's not historical. There were no 12,000 Israelites who were going to war against the Byzantines. That never existed. So obviously, this is fraudulent. But nonetheless, look and see where this is. This is way up in Damascus. So that Muhammad, I don't recall Muhammad ever being that far north. And then you have John Bar Benkaya in 690 talking about a teacher and leader of the Arabs who obviously was named Muhammad. Who is this referring to? Look and see who the Arabs were. They were all Christians, but they were not Trinitarian Christians at this time. It's really John of Damascus who really identifies and sees for the first time the Muhammad we're starting to come across. And he does refer to it, talks about Muhammad, who comes with his ludicrous doctrines, comes with 4 books. The book called The Cow, which is now Surah 2, the book called Women, which is Surah 4, the book called The Table, which is Surah 5, and the book called The Camel, which is Surah Nothing. There is no camel surah in the Quran. So obviously, whatever John of Damascus is, it's not the Quran we know today. And the Quran is much bigger than just 3 surahs. There's 114 of them in the Quran. So obviously, this means that there was no Quran that early. Every reference to Muhammad in the 7th century places him in Gaza, Jerusalem, Damascus, or Hira, which are all situated too far north and probably refer to another Muhammad, the praised one. Now we get to the Quran, and this is where it really gets really delicious. This is the best material, folks. Sit back. If you want to go to the toilet, you can do, but you'll miss everything. So let's go ahead. What do the Muslims claim about the Quran? Number one, it's uncreated. It's right there in the Quran itself in chapter 85, verse 22. Therefore, it has never had any chance that any human could have any control over it. It was sent down to Muhammad between 610 and 632. That's what they claim. It was completed by Uthman in 652. That's why this book in my hand right here is from Uthman, they say. And then number four, the Quran is unchanged in the last 1400 years. Not one word, not one letter has changed. Have you heard Muslims say this? Every Muslim says those four things. Just memorize those four words. Uncreated, sent down, completed, unchanged. That's all you need to know. I'll come back to it. I'm going to shut down those four, but I'm going to show you something even better about those four. Hold on. So what do Christians claim about the Bible? Is the Bible uncreated? No, of course it's created. We know who wrote it. We even know the authors. We put their names on.
The Confluence is the best. It's good. I do like the Confluence. I'm playing through the first 3 Resident Evil games, but they just had different vibe back then. Yeah, they were different. This by the same developer as Requiem. I think Requiem is going to be cool, but I don't know exactly what's going to happen. My second job, I bought a brand new Play 1 on a few games. You got this pace, wait, not. There's were some golden years I hear. I didn't get experience at the time.
On most of the books.
I don't know.
The Bible's not sent down. It was inspired by God, but not sent down.
They were like really big.
Bible was complete, so
the
yes, we would say
90s.
that was the case. The thing is, we don't have any of the original manuscripts, so we don't know what the complete is. Has it been changed? Yeah, parts of it has. We know where they've been changed. We know even what we even put. We're very transparent. We put in right where the verses that have been added or there have been scribal errors have been taken away. So we know that. We're very clear about that. And we're only talking about 40 verses out of over 6,000 verses. So tonight, I'm not going to shut down uncreated or sent down because I'm not there. I'm going to shut down complete and unchanged, those two. That's what I want to look at. So what I want to look for is one Quran manuscript from the 7th century that's complete, 114 surahs, that is unchanged. And this is what I've asked Muslims all over the world. I've debated over 100 debates that I've done with Muslims, and this is what I always ask. Show me one manuscript of your Quran from the 7th century that's unchanged, just like the Quran I have in my hand here. Where do we go to find out about the Quran? We have to go to Sahih Bukhari. Remember I told him that he died in 870, so he's the one that tells us how the Quran is put together. Now this is what he says. He says, Muhammad died in 632, it had not been written down. It finally got written down in its final form at the time of Uthman in 652, the third caliph. He then sent 5 copies to 5 different cities, Mecca, Medina, Basra, Kufa, and Damascus. And those then became the canonized Quran for the whole world. In 652. The problem is, almost immediately, another Quran supplants the one in Damascus, written by Ubay ibn Ka'b. It had 116 surahs. That's 2 more than are in the Quran today. Another was written in Baghdad, written by Ibn Masud. It had 110 surahs. That's a 4 less than what is in the Quran today. Another was written by Ibn Musa, 114 surahs. It had so many differences. According to Arthur Jeffrey, who's done the work on this, if you just look at those manuscripts and you compare it with the Quran today, there are about 15,000 differences. You've got a problem. So how could there have been one Quran? There were at least 5 Qurans from the 7th century from Mecca, Medina, Basra, Kufa, Damascus. We cannot find one of them. Now, one of those Qurans exists today. Folks, we're only talking about 1,400 years ago. As Christians, we have the Sinaiticus, the Alexandrinus, we have the Vaticanus. These are from the 3rd and 4th century. That's 200 to 300 years before the Quran. Why can we reproduce our entire Bible? We have 365 manuscripts of the New Testament before the 7th century. Why can't they come up with one Quran from the 7th century? That's my question. They are the ones that claim it, not me. Where are these 5 manuscripts? Look at those cities. They've always been controlled by Islam for the last 1,400 years. So how could they have lost it? Rather inept, wouldn't you say? So, before we get into the manuscripts, I want to look at the Qira'at. These are the readings. This has probably done the most devastating material that's just come out in the last few years. These are the original manuscripts. Now, I say original means these are the earliest manuscripts. You notice when you read them, you can all read the Arabic. You notice you can't. Why can't you read that? Because in order to be a reader Arabic, you need to have dots and vowels, right? There are no dots and vowels on that. You need that. Why? Because those manuscripts, the Samarkand and the Sana, those ones had 16 letters. But you can't read it today unless you have vowels to help you out, or dots. Today there are 28 letters, so obviously another 12 letters were added. Why? Because of the dots. Now there are 6 letters that don't require dot, like the alif, the kaf, the lam, the mim, the nun, ha, and the waw. The other 22 all require dots. What am I talking about? Well, take a look at one smiley face. One smiley face is usually the root of most letters in Arabic. If you put 1 dot above, you have a na. 2 dots above, you have a ta. 3 dots above, you have a tha. 1 dot below, you have a ba. 2 dots below would have a ya. Na, ta, tha, ba, ya. 5 dots were added in the 8th century, not in the 7th century. Now I can read it, but that didn't exist in the 7th century. Not in those manuscripts you just saw. Hold on, what about dialectical differences? You need to have 3 vowels to have dialectical differences. So you need to have a dhamma, which is the u sound. You need to have a kasra, which is the e sound, and you need to have a fatha, which is the a sound. Those were only added in the late 8th century and the early 9th century. So you've got a problem here, because suddenly you have Abdul Malik who comes to power, and he wants to create a Quran because he's now introducing a prophet. A prophet has to have a book. So what do? You have to borrow right, left, and center. But the problem is you're borrowing in Arabic, and you don't have any Arabic that has dots and vowels. So you decide to write your Quran with your dots in it, and you call it Hafs. You decide to write your, well, you're supposed to be a male, but let's say pretend you're male today, and you call it Warsh. And you decide to write your Qurans, and you put your dots and vowels wherever you want to. You live in Kufa, you live in Cairo, you live in Damascus, and you put your own dots wherever you want to, and you put your dots where you want to. Suddenly we have 4 different Qurans, right? In 4 different cities. Well, that starts to proliferate. Until the 10th century, there were 700 different Qurans. Did you hear me? 700 different Qurans, according to this man who did his doctoral thesis. He's now head of the Islamic department at Harvard University. Shadi Nasa. He guessed and estimates because they're not there today. Now, you've got a problem. After all these Qurans, none of them are agreeing. You've got a difficulty. So Ibn Mujahid, man in the 10th century, was given the responsibility to choose 7. But before we do that, notice, if dots are in different places with different vowels, just with 3 different one of those little smiley faces, you get 19 different words.
Whoa.
There's the difficulty. So here's what he did. He was given the responsibility to choose 7. And these are the first 7 he chose. Nafi from Medina, Ibn Kathir from Mecca, Abu Amr from Basra, Ibn Amir from Damascus, Asim from Kufa, Hamza from Kufa, and Al-Iskasai from Kufa. Notice that 3 of them are from Kufa, 1 from Damascus, the other one is from Basra, and the other 2 are from Arabia. Look at the dates. What do you notice about the dates of every one of those? Look at the death dates. Every one of them either died between 736 and 805. That means 8th and 9th century. Did any of these men know Muhammad? Did they even live in the same century as Muhammad? So how could they have come from Muhammad? These are the 7 that every Muslim will swear came from Muhammad. But no one's bothered to look at their dates. I am the one that put the dates up there. You've got to put the dates together, folks. And this is where you're going to shut down every Muslim. They have no idea of these dates. Those are the first 7. But this book is not there. This is Hafs. This is the official book for the whole world today. Memorized by 93% of all Muslims. Hafs an Asim. You see Asim's name up there, number 5? He is a disciple of Asim. So in 1194, 2 disciples were chosen from every one of the 7 to make 14, right? And that was chosen by Al-Shatibi in 1194. Now you have 7 plus 14. How many do you have? 21. Am I correct? I hope my math's right. That still isn't good enough. In the 15th century, in 429, another man named Al-Jazari chose another 9 to accumulate with another 21. So now you have 30 different Qurans. No 2 are alike. But you've been told there's only 1 Quran, right? And the one that was chosen by Saudi Arabia was the Hafs that you see there. Guess how many differences there are between Hafs and the other 29? 93,000. 93,000. This is the first time you're hearing this, right? I hope you people who are watching, you Muslims who are watching, you're listening to this. This is going to shut down your Quran for you. Who is the one that found this? Hatun Tash, my colleague. She's only 5'2". She's from Turkey. In London, she and I were on the ladder for 3 years there at Speaker's Corner every Sunday. She was the one that found these by accident because she went to Morocco, she went to Yemen, she went to Jordan, and she went into a bookstore and says, show me a Quran. And they said, well, which Quran are you talking about? I said, what do you mean, which Quran? They said, well, we have Qalun here, we have Hafs over here, we have Warsh over here, we have Kisai over here, we have Ibn Kathir. She said, well, give them all to me. So she brought them back to London, showed me them, and I looked at them and I said, oh man, I started laughing. I thought these were all destroyed in 1924. They're in Cairo and thrown into the Nile. Evidently not. There they are. She has found now 26 of them. She brought 26 of them down to Speaker's Corner. We held them up in 2016. We filmed it, went all over the internet. This shut down the Quran in 2016. See the man that's there on the right, the tall man with the beard? His name is Muhammad Hijab. One of the most popular men on the internet. He has a following about anywhere from 500,000 to 1 million followers. He was there filming us. When he was doing that, he realized there was a problem. He quickly went outside the crowd and he yelled at all the people, come to me. Do not look at what they're showing you. Do not listen to what they're saying. I will explain everything to you. Obviously, he explained it pretty well. Why? Because 4 years later, he was shown these material. I'm not going to go into all of these. You can go into every one of them, but you can see the Hafs on the left, the Warsh on the right. In every case, it's completely different words. Just by changing the vowels, by changing the dots, you not only get different words, you get different meanings. You don't even get different meanings. You get different doctrines, you get different theologies, and you get different practices. It shuts down the Quran from being preserved. Obviously, these are all done by man. There's a problem there. And so he came to this man who's a leading authority there on the right, Yasser Qadi, there in Houston, and he said, I have a problem. I'm going to put my hand out here, and this is a blank piece of paper. Which Quran are you going to write on it? Which is the one that's eternal? Which is the one that was revealed to Muhammad? Tell me, which one of it? Remember, he was the one that told all the Muslims. He was going to explain it to them. Yasser Qadi says, we do not talk about this in public. This is the most difficult problem for Muslim scholars for the last 1,000 years. He said, we have a respect for the Quran. There are certain questions we don't ask. So Muhammad said, was that the problem you had when you were at Yale University getting your doctorate on this in 1995? Is that where you had a crisis of faith? He said, no, not crisis of faith, crisis of knowledge. Notice the difference. He said, in the West, the scholars have come leaps and bounds in the last 100 years. And they're looking at you, pointing to Muhammad Hijab in the East, They're looking at you like the emperor with no clothes. Why? Because your standard narrative has holes in it. What narrative? Standard Islamic narrative. S-I-N. Has holes in it. Well, we know sin has holes in it. But can you see what happened? This was only a 28 long, this was really a question that was happening. It was an interview for 28 minutes. He didn't know we were all watching this. He said, I never have talked about this for 25 years. I will never do a lecture on this. So Muhammad Hijam put his hand out a second time. He said, you've got to tell me which is the one that's eternal. Because the Quran says in chapter 85, 1 and 22, that this book is eternal. The Quran says in chapter 10, verse 15, and chapter 18, verse 27, that no man can change one word or even one letter. It says in the Quran, chapter 15, verse 9, that Allah protects his word. Which is the one? Yasir Qadhi, after 28 minutes, finally had to give in. And he finally had to admit, they're all the Quran. All 30 of them. You take a little bit of Qalun, you take a little bit of Warsh.
They're all the Quran. Oh my god. Have you ever anyone scream with no lungs? No, I haven't. Damn, but that sounds horrible. Wait, somebody still writing? Oh, there it is. But also, my youngest nephew is 15, known to mod all those systems, even done a few of these school buddies. I still want a Dreamcast. I would like to have a Dreamcast. A Dreamcast was really interesting for its time too. But in reality, I'm not gonna spend any money on that. If I ever spend money on a game console, it's gonna be on Steam Deck. I got too many fucking games.
You take a little bit of Hafs and you just mix them out, and that's the Quran we have today. I started clapping. I was watching this live. I said, Yasir Qadhi, you have no idea. You've just now admitted that there are 93,000 differences. I'm going to show you these two right here. These are two of them right here. There's the Hafs. Here's the Warsh. You can buy these on the internet. This is the one that is memorized by 93% of the world's population. This is memorized by 3% of the world's population. This is from Egypt. This one is from Kufa in Iraq. There are 5,000 different words between these two books. I'm holding them right here. This shuts down the Quran. Within 2 weeks, if you looked at their sites, there were hundreds of Muslims. They said, we're leaving Islam because of what you have said.
I'm going to use this part specifically. I'm going to look for the different books of Islam, and I'm going to put them up as part of the idea, because he always goes to, well, the Bible. Well, the Bible this. Well, the Bible. Which Bible? I'm going to go, well, which Quran? Which Quran, right? It's going to be the same thing, but it's even worse for him than it is for me, to be honest.
And our blood is going to be on your shoulders. They had to shut down those comments. Within 2 months, they had to take that video off of both their sites, but I've got it. David Wood has it. Hatun Tosh has it. And every June 8th of every year, we bring up that interview once over again and show the whole world. You cannot say that this comes from God. You cannot even say it comes from Muhammad. You can't even say it comes from Uthman. This has been changed and manipulated from the last 1,400 years. Now let's get to the manuscripts. Because the manuscripts we do have. Now, we have 8,500 Greek manuscripts, 10,000 Latin Vulgates, another 9,000 in 11 different languages. That's roughly 24,000 to 25,000 manuscripts of the New Testament alone. Am I correct to say yes? How many manuscripts do they have that are early? 6. You want to see them? There they are. The Topkapi from Turkey, the Samarkand from Uzbekistan, the Ma'il in London, the Petropolitanus, I'm sorry, I'm going the wrong way, from France, the Al-Huzaini there in Cairo, and the Sana manuscript, the most exciting, there in Yemen. I'm not going to unpack every one of them. These are the ones we're debating. I did a debate on these 6 manuscripts in 2014 with the world's leading scholar, Dr. Shabir Ali. He could not answer one question because he never looked at these manuscripts. I have 3 of them, the facsimiles of 3 of them in my office. We're looking at them. Folks, you know what we have found? No 2 of these manuscripts are from the 7th century. They're from the 8th, 9th, and 10th century. No 2 are alike. And they don't agree with the Quran we have today. The best one, the Topkapi, which is about 99%, has 2,270 manuscript variants. When you look at the Sana manuscript, it has 2 different layers of letters, and there are 63 verses in the lower layer. It has 70 variants just within those 63 verses. Can you see there's a problem here? I'm not going to get into these ones here. These are the carbon datings. But when you look at the carbon datings of the earliest manuscript, the Sana manuscript, the datings of the carbon datings of this manuscript, they are date from 390 to 550. They all predate the Quran. They predate Islam, and they predate Muhammad, proving that carbon dating don't use. So they came up with this book here called the Birmingham Folios, the Birmingham Manuscript. Remember this in 2015? It was all over the internet. When you look at the Birmingham Manuscript, it's only 2 pieces of paper, front and back. It's only 33 verses, and guess what? It's all about the 7 sleepers of Ephesus in chapter 18. That has nothing to do with Islam. It's about the proto-evangelion of James. That has nothing to do with Islam. And it's about the story of Moses. That all predates Islam. All of these are in Arabic, and they are nothing to do with Islam. So what's going on? Hold on. I want to introduce this guy here, Dr. Dan Brubaker. He was in our conference this last weekend. You should have come. This man.
What the fuck? So they were about Christianity. They were about the Christians. Jesus.
Man has just shut the Quran down because of this book right here. You need to buy this book. Basically what he has done is he's taken the Muslims at their word and he says, if there's no changes in the last 1400 years, let's see if I can find changes. And he's the only one that's looked at all the manuscripts, and he has found insertions. There you can see some there. He has found erasures. There you can see erasures there. He has found erasures overwritten. You can see them there in the red. He has found overwriting without erasures. He has found selective coverings. There are so many coverings in the middle one there. There are 8 different coverings. Every case when you see insertions, when you have overwriting, when you have any one of these references, these differences, what happens in every case, it brings it down to a standardization of the Hafs text. Means that this is censorship that's been going on for not 1400 years, it's been going on since the 1300s. For 700 years, they've been changing these manuscripts to make them so they all are alike. Selective coverings, overwritten, and tapings. We went down to Speaker's Corner. I go down there whenever I'm in London. There's Hatun Tash, the 5'2" lady that destroyed the Quran. They're on my left there. And we decided to introduce this book there at Speaker's Corner. While we were there, one of the leading scholars on the right there, Mansour Ahmad from Bangladesh, got up there and tried to shut us down. And he was making the claim that you can trace the Quran back all the way to the 7th century. So I turned to him and I said, okay, you can do that. Show me what manuscript you're talking about. It's not the Topkapi or the Samarkand. It's not the Petropolitans. You can't use the Husseini, and don't use the Ma'il manuscripts, and certainly don't use the Sana manuscript, because all of these are 8th, 9th, and 10th century. Which is the manuscript that goes back to the 7th century? He finally had to admit that there were 96% of the Quran that they could find within the 1st century. That means between 622 and 721 or 719. Notice the 63 that he's talking about. These are the fragments that he has found. Notice we looked at every one of these fragments. None of them. Those ones I'm putting up there, no one has come to any conclusion on those 20. The next 9 are all after 719, so they shouldn't have used those 9. And the next 34, no one's done any work in. Which means he has basically, what the Muslims have done, they just created manuscripts or fragments. Most of these are just 1 or 2 verses. They've tried to come up with 63 to come up with 96% of the Quran, and none of them can be used from the 1st century of Islam. Ooh, I love it. Makes my job so easy. Thus, none of them are really valid, since all of them are either later or tentatively dated or have no supporting evidence. So, where did the Quran that we have in our hand, where did it come from? This book right here. It was chosen in 1924 by one scholar named Muhammad al-Husseini al-Haddad. Why? Because they were having such problem amongst the high school kids there in the city of Cairo.
Even though copies of the Quran were written on newspaper or erased and rewritten. Yep. I know there is, I think one of the stories even states that he like several copies were destroyed because they were like wrongly translated or something. So
they were having 30 different answers for all the questions. They went to Muhammad al-Husseini al-Haddad and said, choose one, and he chose this one. What did they do with the other 29? Threw them into the Nile, like I said earlier, thinking that would get rid of them. They didn't count on Hatun Tash, 5'2" lady. They decided to find them in 2013. Nonetheless, that was so successful, choosing one Quran, that by 1936, it was then chosen as the Quran for the entire country of Egypt. By 1985, the Saudi Arabian government saw how successful that model was, so they chose it for the whole world in 1985. How many people are older or were living in 1985? Just raise your hands. That means every one of you who's raising your hand is now older than the Quran. Oh boy, that must make you feel old. But now
I'm gonna crash out. Thank you so much for being here, K2. Go ahead and take a little bit of rest.
To the best. This is the last thing. And this is lovely.
I'm probably going to go to rest myself in a bit.
See, you'd like to know where the Quran really comes from, right? I'd like to know where the Quran really comes from. Because if you're having to put together a book because a man has been chosen who writes the book, you don't have anything at hand. What are you going to do? You're going to borrow, are you not? So this is exactly what happened in the 8th, in the 9th, in the 10th century. But what did they borrow? Let me introduce this man here, Dr. Gunther Lulling, who was a German scholar. He did his doctorate in 1970, and as he looked at the Quran, he noticed that there was some beautiful poetry in the Quran. He said, I've seen.
No, not rest. What do you mean that you're gonna crash out then? Oh, that you're just, I don't know.
That before. So he took those 5 dots off. And
good night, Paige. If you're leaving, have a good night.
He took the 3 vowels out and replaced them with Syriac and Nabatean dots, or Nabatean Syriac, or Syriac documents. Put the Syriac dots back in and put the vowels back in. And guess what he found? That these beautiful poetry were Christian hymns, written by Christians about Jesus Christ. This was found in 1970. As a result of that, he was such an embarrassment for the academia there in Germany that though he received in his doctorate the Excellent Opus, which is the highest grade you can get in Germany, which means...
What is Kieran doing? That's crashing you out. Kieran Markin.
I lit that bitch up and I escaped.
How do you
with my brother in it? My brother didn't want to go with me, so I just burned it down with him in it, or I attempted to burn it down with him in it. What?
Well, so now as a
statute of limitations are already over, so they can't do shit to me for
I was
doing
just gonna say.
I can't.
I don't know.
You should be given a professorship at any university of your choice. He was thrown out of academia and he went into obscurity for 30 years. Lived on welfare with his wife. I met him in 1998. I said, could I see your doctorate? I took it back to England and I got it from Germany and put it into English. Now remember, when he writes, one sentence is 400 words long. That's how the academics do it in Germany. We had to bring it down so people could manage it. We got it written in English. They would not publish it there in Germany, so that he had to get it published in India. But because of that, there you can see it right there. The challenge to Islam for Reformation. Don't read that. You should need to read the small print. He then was resurrected because it was all over the English-speaking world, and he died a happy man in 2014. Now, Dr. Christoph Luxemburg decided to go one step further. He's also a German, but that's not his real name, because he will be killed for what he has found. He decided to do what Gunther Ludwig...
Jesus Christ. Okay.
did, but he decided to look at the dark passages. 25% of the Quran no one understands. Not even the scholars understand it. A quarter of the Quran, even the scholars don't understand. Did you know that? Can you understand the whole Bible? Certainly you can. When Jack Hibb gets up here, does he open the Bible? Please say yes. Does he read it? Please say yes. Does he unpack it for you? And does he apply it to your lives? Why? Because you can understand every word of it. And you can understand it in English, right? Thank God for our Bible. But see, you can't do that with the Quran. You can't do that with the Quran. You can't understand these 25. So what are you going to do? Well, he decided to do what Gunther Ludwig did, and he took and went to every one of those passages, and he went through 7 layers. I won't go and unpack each one of them. He went through 7 layers, taking off the vowels, taking off the dots, looking at the lexicons, looking and seeing if you could find any Arabic words. You couldn't find any there, so he went to Syriac, put the dots back in, put the vowels in, and he went to the lexicons in Syriac, and guess what you could find? He could reproduce all the 25%. All the dark passages he was able to reproduce. But what did he find? Once he took the Arab Quran and put it to its Aramaic roots, all the dark passages were Christian lectionaries, Christian homilies, and Christian hymns. Every lectionary, homily, hymn was about Jesus Christ. It had nothing to do with what they found, but who they found. Folks, there are 4 textual evolutions. I'm not going to go with them tonight, but can you see what we're doing? I want to ask the same question of the Quran and come to the same conclusion. Remember I said at the very beginning, the Muslims have 4 things that they demand of the Quran. It must be eternal. It must be sent down. It must be complete and unchanged. I think we shut that down tonight, have we not? And we would not say the same thing about our Word of God, the Bible. But hold on a minute. Is the Bible the only Word of God we have? Don't we have someone who's also called the Word of God, the Logos? Jesus Christ? Let's apply those 4 to him. Is Jesus Christ eternal?
Yes.
Number 1. Was Jesus Christ sent down? Yes. Number 2. Is Jesus complete? Yes. Number 3. Is Jesus unchanged? Absolutely. Everything the Muslims need, we've got. Thus, the 4 criteria Muslims are looking for in their Quran as their primary revelation, we already have in Jesus Christ, our primary revelation. Folks, we need to bring them home to a much greater and a better revelation. And what's his name? Jesus. What's his name? Jesus. Oh, I love it. What a name. Let's pray. Our Heavenly
Okay. So I stopped there for a reason, but I'm not gonna go through it. This is very, very interesting. One of the things I do want to see is map, IQ map of the world. And I want to do a Islam map of the world. So these are the places where we find the most amount of Christians, I think. No, this is a future. No, current. Current world map of Islam. So if we go for the IQ, an actual. So you can see below 60 this part, around 80 less. If you overlap it with this, you're gonna see a lot of it overlaps, right? Sorry, the Magic says is still big Christian though, for real. What? K2, what are they talking about? I need these two maps. I have a specific idea about it. I need to come here and talk about nutrition and IQ. Dietary habits 6-5 to the more significance, predictor of IQ at age 8. Get a high IQ. So this is very important for the argument I'm going to be making. And I know that there is a high correlation between food, especially in the early stages of development, and IQ. And this is going to be part of my argumentation up to a certain extent. I'm not going to give you all the extent that it goes to, but up to a certain extent, that's going to be a big part of the argumentation I'm going to be making. I don't know what you mean by that, but what I can tell you is I agree with you that no magic exists. You don't need magic to be a Christian. It's not a necessary thing. Yeah. So that's part of what I'm going to be doing. These two maps are extremely important so that I can correlate them with the Islamic population. There is a lot of things that are going to be interesting in that part of the debate. I'm going to be finishing my opening statement tomorrow. I'm probably not going to do a full-on opening statement as I usually do.
Can name the place and
I said we're going to engage that in this. Maryland has it's actually pretty clever. Like I'll give you a reason to wish I pulled that fire alarm, right? I was thinking the same.
Yeah, absolutely, Marilyn.
I was thinking the same thing.
Exactly
Like
what I did.
If people keep accusing you of something and you keep getting punished for something you haven't done, at some point you kind of feel like just doing it to give them a reason. Because
exactly.
Yeah, I have no idea what this is about. I don't care. Hello, Leah. Good to see you. Okay. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna send you all over there, I guess. I don't see anybody else live. Let's see who else is live, or if there's anybody else live. I'm gonna go ahead and send you to there. Yeah, I think he's doing. Oh no, I don't know what he's doing. I'm gonna send you to Kieran. Kieran at least is watching something.
Vintage, shut up. Okay.
Go ahead. Go over there. Say hi. I'm gonna go to bed. Thank you all for being here. Hope you have an excellent, really, 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 really good time and night. I'm just gonna crash. It's been a day. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Leah and Jared and K2, Nature of Man, everybody. Have an excellent rest of your night or day, whichever it is. And yeah, take good care of all you have in mind. Thank you for being here and hanging out. This is for the people still here. Enjoy. God bless to you all.
Emmet.